It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Tuesday, so Logic Day night. It's always Logic time. But tonight I think we're going to go over some logic from a book I've just got. Well, this is the Trivium book, but the basics of logic. That's in a short while. First off, I give you the update about Rhetoric and the non sequitur show conversation that we're having on Friday. I've heard nothing else from either Rhetoric or Steve McRae about any sort of how we get a message and where we're going to be, whether it's on Zoom or Discord or Streamlabs, or I've not got a clue at all how he's going to do it. So hopefully he'll let me know something about what's happening. He has his video. It has still been billed as far as I know on his show, so he knows it's going ahead. I've not got a clue about what's happening. Don't even know what it's about. That's as much as I know. It also Mac Toon is going round publicly I'd call it libel because he's, just writing all of this stuff. But he's saying I'm a liar, and I've my child's gonna disown me. He's spreading this amongst all of his friends, and they're all out there, just making up loads of bullshit about, don't know, just about me, really. There's no argument, there's no reason for it. They just, I don't know, they're confused with their lack of argumentation. So they have to go to these ridiculous measures. I'll get a few of them for you, so we can go over them first. Been quite a few. No new ones at the minute. You're listening in now, guys? I hope so. Keep it going. What it is really is, I'm only here within this arena because somebody challenged me to prove that I wasn't a child abuser. I mean, when they say child abuser, what they mean is just sort of, you say level is horizontal, and your son might hear it, or your daughter, or somebody in the vicinity might hear you saying that, and because they're so severely model afflicted, they like to go round calling people these names, to which they I'm beginning to think there's a psychological thing in this, that maybe these people are associating me with their parents, and so they go into a childhood state, and maybe McToons and these guys, maybe their parents didn't quite get on board with the space thing. Maybe they saw through it, and maybe they just didn't like the idea of what's going on. So, God, this one looks like a McToon one from earlier on. What's that one? Let's have a look. Oh, wrong channel. Let me get on the proper one. Oh, we've got... Did I put them all in here? You guys are all... lots of gifts. Roger Peachy. Most of you might know him. Wow, look at all of these. Cheeky, Peachy, McToon. He says a lot of stuff about my family, which I think is very strange, but I can understand it if he's got issues with his parents. Wow. I think it was early this morning, wasn't it? Yeah, does anybody realise how much chat goes on in our chat all day? A lot of stuff goes on in there, Wow. We're still only at dinner time. Brad Wegner, McToon, here we go. So this is McToon, who says... from nowhere, there you go, lying. Oh, actually, I think the there you go. So it's these sort of comments that brought me in at the beginning. McToon says, the Earth's shape has been measured by real surveyors. It's a globe you are lying to your child. I mean, so I said, I know how surveyors measure the land. They do not measure the curve of level or plumb. Your gaslighting will not help you convince people, and my family is obviously no concern of yours. So that's me talking to Mac Toon about what he says, lying to your child. Now, my lad's been out with us with an auto level. He knows how they work. He set it up. Both of my sons have, actually. So, again, it's none of his concern. But he says here, the Earth's shape, with little e, that would be the dirt, the land on the ground, the land which is surveyed by land surveyors, of which I have a certificate up on the wall. It says land surveying on it. So that's what surveyors do. They survey the land. He considers that me lying to my child. And this is his reply. He says, there you go, lying as you do to your son. Surveyors do measure the curve. I mean, the curve of the land, yeah, it goes up and down. We know there's all sorts of slopes like that. But nobody measures a curve. That's what he's sort of trying to confuse people with these words. It's like a semantic thing. But nobody measures a curve. They just measure straight line distances. That's all. He says to me, you haven't measured the curve because you aren't a surveyor. Because nobody measures a curve. Everybody measures straight lines. He says, you are a serial liar. After just saying ridiculous stuff that means nothing. Vacuous truths, as Buster calls them. And Brad Wegner at the bottom down here says, you must know about spherical excess then. Can you explain that one for me, please? Spherical excess is something that's made up by globe model believers so that they can imagine triangles having more than 180 degrees, which is impossible. There is no such thing as spherical excess. You don't add angles onto a triangle because spheres, I don't know, excessive angles or something. Ridiculous. Oh, this is the one about them. This guy is upset that I'm now talking to you, doing a YouTube show. He's upset that we do this every night, 5 hours or whatever, every night of the week. Give some people something to do. That's why we do it. Just, we might be practicing. I think I've been practicing for something a little bit bigger. I don't think these guys have actually seen that, but they've been helping me. As everybody that we've talked to. Everybody helps in their own way. And because of McToon obviously leading the way and not having an argument of his own, he sort of leads everybody else and his group of people into this state of frenzy. They're all getting upset at me mentioning about them not having an argument, and now this is the next one. This is MacToon. I say there's no surveyor that has ever measured the curvature of level because #level is a straight line on a horizontal plane and has no curve. McToon says, I said you would lie, and you lied. Let me say that again, just in case everybody didn't hear it. And McToon seems to think this is a lie, so it needs to be repeated. There's no surveyor that has ever measured the curvature of level, because #level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. I've been saying that for a few years, and that hashtag, if you check it out, it'll be on Twitter, no doubt.
Could you imagine, just one again, anybody that wants to go find out, there's surveyors all over the place. You can find them if they're doing any construction or anything like that, or checking out people's property in your area. Walk up to them and say, hey, have you ever measured the curvature of level? And see what happens. If you're lucky, they'll just laugh in your face.
Mm-hmm.
If you're unlucky, he might think that you're mocking him and maybe punch you in the face.
Ask him if the level's sort of a straight line. And then when he says yes, say, have you ever measured how much curvature there is in it? And if he says no,
because if it is already stated that this is straight line, so how can you measure curvature in straight line? This is just idiotic.
and he says, you lie to your child too. This is McToon on a public forum. This is the sort of things they do. You lie to your child too. Because I also take him out for the shoots with us. He's the photographer. So, of course, he's set the auto level up, put the camera on it. He does all of the photography shoots. So he knows how to set the level up and he knows what it's doing. Ridiculous. He says, you are to blame for the ridicule he receives. This is my son, the photographer. Who's giving the ridicule to my son? These guys. So these guys say that I'm the cause of them ridiculing my son for taking the pictures, Fata Morgana pictures. We went to Bedford Level, took the pictures on the thing there. All of the under the horizon photos that we've done, all of the perspective shots that we've done on the beach, all of that sort of stuff. That's why people like McToon and his little troll army decide to ridicule children, really. All because I say, that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. I say that all horizontal planes are parallel. Therefore, the horizon does not rise and cannot rise. Just simple logic statements. These guys say it's lying, but they can't say why. They can't come up with an argument. They can't say anything against it. And he says he will. He's capitalized these things. He says you are the one to blame for the ridicule he receives. Well, I'm not aware of him receiving any ridicule because I seriously keep him away from all of this shit. My son doesn't need to be dealt with. Doesn't need to deal with any of this. So this is all just personal type stuff to put me on tilt. Doesn't work. My son's fine. He knows what's going on. And this is McToon. McToon says he will despise you because of the ridicule he receives because of your actions. So because of the things that I do, namely speaking out and talking about logic and geometry and practical tests that we do in reality and showing people things, because of that, McToon believes that my son should be ridiculed. This is the world we're being brought up into, and McToon is one of the people that are influencing a group of people. He's like a globe earth priest, a high priest, McToon. He holds the keys to the vault of McToonery on his website. Loads of people have cited all of McToon's website, the one that he IP tracks you. So be careful. These people are out there. And this is the sort of ridicule that you may receive if you start talking and thinking logically for yourself.
Logic is dangerous for Globers, yes. But what he is doing, it's just blew the mind that he is projecting on you what he is doing right now. So this is for me, he should be taken under some medical caution because this is just for me incredible that a grown man can say that publicly. This is for me nearly incredible.
Yeah,
I believe because I can see what he wrote, but for me this is sign of or serious mental issue or just abject, bloody-minded pervert mind.
well, see, here's the thing. Now, I think, and I know that McToon is a very avid space lover. Now, what this sounds like to me, because I mean, he's going after my son, so obviously it's related to his childhood state. Now, perhaps McToon, is so into space that his parent isn't. Right? And McToon feels that his father, let's say McToon's father also said level is horizontal. Right? Now, you can see the idea of the issues that these people might have with their parents. And they may also feel that my son would have these issues with his parent because obviously I say level is horizontal. So maybe there's some parent issues, let's say, for McToon within this. I mean, judging by what McToon says, I would have to say, don't think he's got children of his own. Because it's not the sort of thing you'd end up saying if you had children of your own. And from what I'm reading, he could have issues with his parents because of it and be transferring that over to me and my children. Create Belief says take him to court. It was really weird that, because when it first started and Fight the Flat Earth was the one that was publicly doing that, I wanted to, but somebody stopped me. Somebody said, don't worry, Ben. There's a court case going on about Fight the Flat Earth. We'll get him. We'll nail him with it. It turned out it was probably a big fucking lie. And they never did that in order to help Fight the Flat Earth out and stop him from getting severely bollocked for doing what he's doing. But these guys are bringing it back again, so you never know. You never know. Here's the next one. Because of McToon and his McToonery that he does, he has his little followers, and this guy here, Roger Peachy, also known as Farmer's Boy. Again, maybe daddy issues, don't know. He says, I think it's the attention. He's first got it by openly declaring himself as a flat earther. Now, they are talking about me, but I've never been a flat earther. I've never openly declared myself as a flat earther. by saying the words, you know, because I've never been a flat earther. I've always said I'm not a flat earther, and I've never been a flat earther. I just live in reality. I have no model. I have no need of a model. So again, blatant lies, because this is the narrative they have to push, because they've got no argument. So he says he first got it by openly declaring himself as a flat earther. Then he realised how much scorn and derision he rightly got over that. They've always been calling me this, and it's never stopped. It's continues to this day, even with people talking about my children, and people like McToon very vocally doing it. He says, so he got over that, so now he lies his arse off to distance himself from that. I've never been. He says, while keeping his acolytes in tow, brackets, except DP. This is Farmer's Boy, Roger Peachy on Twitter. So we've been having a little chat with that. A Chaiki as well. I don't know what word Chaiki's got or anything, but this one says the word now is that he is being threatened again and might need an upgrade to his security system. I wasn't aware of anybody threatening me again, unless you think just sort of talking about my son and publicly libeling me to, oh, I don't know, however many people are going, making videos about it and all of that sort of stuff. So that's Chaiki, who I've blocked. Just making up shit about us. They never stop. They can't. These are grown men that go on public social media platforms and just blatantly lie. And this has all come around today. It's as though they've had a little meeting and they've decided they're going to have to push the rhetoric or the slander and libel to sort of show that they have no argument to bring forward. They just bring these lies and stuff. And this guy here says, that's where the nuclear train will be really heading then. Lancashire, because I live in Lancashire. So they're telling me the nuclear train is coming here. I don't know. They can't keep me out of their heads. They're crazy. He says, this guy says here, I tend to agree, resulting from serious victim complex and his narcissism. I hope not. I do live shows on YouTube, but I hope it's not. I'm not pushing a victim complex or any narcissism on anybody. Hopefully, that's the last thing I want to be doing. So, if anybody thinks I'm doing that, let me know. Any of you guys, anyway, I'm listening to these guys. I say, I've never been a flat earther. Your gaslight is reaching new levels. How did the meeting go? Oh, by the way, the boys were asking, who's the farmer if you're the boy? So this was the first conversation. Never really got a chance to talk to Farmer's Boy that much. Because he's always he's always shouting from over people's shoulders and commenting to things that he's just thinks he can have a dig at. So we didn't know. Anybody else know who the farmer is? We were saying that perhaps his buddy Rumpus is the farmer and he's the boy, if you know what I mean. But we didn't know.
I know farmers from years back, and frankly, he's never had anything.
No. Farmer's boy. He's the boy.
Yeah. Boy.
Yeah, he's not the farmer part of that. He's the boy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I said, I know him for a while, on Discord, that is. He's never had anything particular to say, has no argument. I nicknamed him the Peanut Gallery Man, because he would just shout out and say, "Oh, yeah, you're right," and "Oh, no, you're wrong." That's Farmer's Boy. And now you're insulting somebody's son, underage son. That's the lowest I've ever seen you, man. But yeah, I wouldn't expect anything more from you guys. Like, really pathetic, like the lowest form of human being, I would say. I mean, even gangsters, even mobsters, there's an unwritten rule that you don't mess with anybody's family. So I guess that would make you the lowest of the low of any group of even mobsters, gangsters realize that you don't mess with people's family. So yeah, that's pretty damn low, man.
Well, I say you don't mess with people's family. But we asked Farmer's Boy who was the boy, and he says, lying comes so easily to you, doesn't it? I'm not aware of any lies. I don't particularly like to do lies. That's why we call it On the Level here. We try and stick to honesty. He says, you're a flat earther. Again, I'm not. I don't know how many times. I was saying the other day that I think out of everybody, I possibly am the most quoted person for saying I'm not a flat earther. I don't think anybody else has ever said I'm not a flat earther as many times as I have. Just to make it certain that I'm not a flat earther, I have to say it a lot because a lot of people keep calling me a flat earther, and I'm not a flat earther. So strange that these people keep saying it. Now I keep saying I'm not a flat earther because people like Farmer's Boy keep saying that I am, but I'm not. It's very strange things these people want to try and link to flat earth. He says, you just don't like what all comers with calling yourself a flat earth. You just don't like what comes with calling yourself a flat earther. No, I just think it's a really bad position to go into a debate with. It's the worst position you could put yourself in. I wouldn't ever think of doing that. And he says, as well, you know, my dad was a farmer, you dumb F.
Bet you was pretty proud of you. Bet you your dad, if your dad sees you doing what you're doing now, I wonder how he would feel. Would he think, would he be proud of you? Or would he say, look at this, my son turned out a piece of shit? What do you think he would say?
What do you, obviously you have a surname that was given to you from, because you're a bloke, right? You've took your father's name. You already have your father's name. Would you ever consider bringing that to Discord?
No, and I would never insult a person's child, ever, or his wife, or his brother, or anything of that nature. That is not a manly thing to do. Actually, it's quite disgusting.
As Peacock Pat said in the chat, it's a witch hunt, Bev. They're on a witch hunt.
Well, they know what they have to do in order to tie me to flat Earth. And if they want to try and do that, then they're going to make themselves into a minority group. And that's where it's going to go, I think. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, so the Farmer's Boy, he is the boy, right? He's not the farmer. He's not a farmer. He's the boy of a farmer that's come on Discord and thought, that's a good name. I'll name myself Farmer's Boy. because he's the little child. Again, it's the same as McToon. They've got issues. I mean, can you imagine a farmer? I don't know what sort of farmer he was, ploughing the fields. Probably would have known about irrigation for ditches and the like if he was a crop farmer, or he could be a livestock farmer, dealing with animals and stuff. I mean, I don't know what sort of farmer, but that's a very, very close relationship with the land, not the lights in the sky and not the imagination. So there's a possibility that these people's parents didn't enjoy the imagination, the imaginings of expanding the mind into areas of illogicness. Perhaps they didn't go along with that, and that's why they're having particular issues bringing it into Discord. I just thought it was, when they mentioned it, thought, it's a really strange thing for anybody to be doing.
Can you imagine having any contact with a person like that? Like, I wouldn't even want to be in the same room with a person like that. Imagine what kind of scary thoughts go through their mind.
Yeah, it's all full of negativity. Negative.
Imagine Gadget waking up every morning, going on a Discord, and talking about a man's child and family negatively. Like, this is what you do.
We see it every day here in the Discord. Hey, by the way, everybody subscribe to Try Thinking Discord. I'm going to put the link in the channel on Discord, YouTube. Yeah, that's terrible, by the way. I see. We see them. Even, I usually get up and I come into the Discord around on the weekends, about 9:30, 10 when I go up, when I get up on a Saturday morning. And you can see them talking all night. You know, just shit about Bev, shit about USC, shit about everybody. It's terrible. There's nothing positive.
There's no
argument. Gadget, you think?
God.
I was just gonna say, Gadget, you think maybe they have miserable, meaningless lives, and what they do to us, people have done to them, like they've been abused, and that's all they know all their lives, and somehow this gives them like they have a chance to abuse others, like, and makes them feel important or something. I don't know. It's something seriously bad with them, something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. They have personality disorders, I think.
You can get away with it on the internet now. I mean, these are literally just chat rooms. I mean, you could be talking to somebody for a fair few years and actually meet them in reality, but never actually know who they are. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can hide yourself within these things quite easily. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can be a mad head, you know, behind the keyboard, but be really shy in life, in real life, you know. Maybe Farmer's Boy would be like that, would he?
I don't know. Well, I mean, he did run away with Rumpus when we were there at Bedford, rather than coming over and having a look through the auto level or seeing the cameras and saying, "All right, guys, how you doing?" No, I think there was threats about machetes and stuff like that. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Farmer's Boy was coming down with a machete to protect George against the Bev crew.
Yeah, I think Rumpus had to hold him back or something. That was what Rumpus was saying last time.
Yeah.
So, he says, lying comes easily to you, doesn't it? You're a flat earther, so you just don't like what comes with it. And I said, I didn't know your father was the one you put yourself under when making your Discord and Twitter handles. It's quite weird, but okay. Also, there's no need to get so aggressive. Is this one of the reasons you never attempt to debate? Remembering, like you said, Essie, I think we've all noticed that Farmer's Boy never comes with anything, right? He's never attempted an argument. He's never attempted to get into some sort of discussion. He just has little, like you say, peanut comments from the gallery. Like a support guy.
Yep.
He's a cheerleader type thing, isn't he? But
That's
very
right.
short-lived cheerleading. He doesn't do a
With
full
his
routine.
pom-poms and
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I said because he comes over so aggressive, is that the reason he can't engage in conversation, because he can't control himself?
He's a boy. He's a farmer's boy.
Yeah, I think so. And then he explains this by saying, "Are you so effing dumb you can't work out with the handle farmer's boy? I'm the son of a farmer." Debate what? Why would I debate anything with a piece of shit like you? Hashtag Bev's a effing liar. Is that,
Because you can't debate. You've never debated,
Mhm.
ever. I never heard, years I heard you talk. I never heard you say anything once of substance. Never. Never heard you debate anybody about anything. You're just the peanut man. Peanuts, the guy that walks down the aisles when you go to a ball game. Peanuts, popcorn, that's you.
And I have to say, to be honest, Farmer's Boy, I thought that was your preference, and you would become a boy for a farmer. You like that sort of a guy, That's what I honestly thought. But obviously, sorry, mistaken.
Threatening a person's son, a family, you degenerates. You disgust me. You could truly disgust me.
Yeah, that's bad.
And Devil's Replacement, he's in the Discord. He doesn't come and talk. Seriously, Bev is trying to gaslight people into thinking he's not a flat earther. I think everybody who knows and listens that must have heard me say that I'm not a flat earther. No big deal. We all live in reality. We can all go along with that. It doesn't make any difference.
They can say anything they want about
Yeah.
you. That doesn't say anything about me or anybody. That's fair game.
Yeah.
But a person's family, you degenerates, that's a no-no, man. That's a no-no. Ask anybody.
It's only going to get worse, Essie.
I know.
Yeah. And the more you get triggered, then you know that that's what they're going to do all the time. It'll just make it more. You amplify it exactly by talking about it. So.
Yeah. I just want, the message to go out there. These are the people that we're dealing with. Maktoon, Farmers Boys, Fight the Flat Earth. These people make fun of people's families every day. I just want that message to go out there. I know they're going to continue. I know they're going to keep being scumbags, but I just want everybody to know.
Devil's Replacement says, is the term boy just mean to a child to you? I know people who were in their 70s who was still a boy to their parents, brackets, and then only because their parents died. I like the boy is, I think it's more of a mentality state. Most of what we've been doing around here is trying to work out exactly what's going on in the minds of people. And sad to say, I think the work's done to the minds of children. And strangely, or maybe not strangely enough, that seems to be the place that these people revert to when challenged. There's a safe space within their mind that they go to. It's like a childhood thing. And a lot of people do that. A farmer's boy is one of those things. He's, whether intentional or not, he's let everybody know that he thinks of himself as the boy, because he's not a farmer. It's his father that was a farmer, so everybody has a surname, normally from their father, so they've already got that. I mean, why do it even more so? I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I think. It just seems a little bit strange. Especially now that all of these people are supporting him. But they're being like the peanut gallery for this particular conversation about farmer's boy calling himself the boy of a farmer. The farmer being his father and not his preference in companions, let's say. To make that point, I didn't know that one, but he's made it clear. So have we got any more? This guy here says, oh, Bev, someone who constantly hides behind their adult child. Nobody's ever done that. My son, the elder, is the guy that owns the Discord server, and the younger one has just started his photography course. He's just finished school. So one of them's not an adult, not yet, unless you take 16-year-old as being an adult. So I don't know what this guy's talking about, but it's pretty obvious that whoever he's been talking to know nothing about what goes on here. They've completely made up, they've fabricated stories about what we do around here that is got nothing to do with actually what goes on. Very strange. Grown men to be doing this as well. He says, cowardly, using them as a shield. I don't. I've let everybody know that my son is the photographer. He takes all the pictures of all the Fata Morganas. All of the footage has been taken with his cameras. So why would I want to hide behind him as a shield? I want to promote his pictures. They're very good. And I think I think because of the ridicule and everything that these people give me, my son's pictures of the Fata Morganas, probably the largest collection of Fata Morgana sunsets held by my son. I mean, it's not getting any traction. Nobody seems interested in them. Because these guys, and also because they know what a Fata Morgana proves, or literally a horizontal. I don't want to give it away, but I mean, it's there. It's been there all of the time for everyone to see. And he said you shouldn't really be talking about anybody else's family. I've not really talked rubbish about anybody else's family. Farmer's boy called himself the farmer's boy. So he's the boy, and apparently he's told us that his father is the man, whilst the boy is the boy, you know, daddy's little soldier boy, because he's not the farmer. And he's embarrassed for me. This guy, this is him. So that is most of my day on Twitter. They obviously had a call out a little bit just before we went live to do that. Maybe that's what they were after. Oh, I've got another one here. I'll get this one. This is a new one. I'm hoping this one's it's got something to do with Jesse Kozlowski coming back to show everybody how it works. Look at that. This is the grey analyst. They all, it's like a Dr. Buttons. He's got like a little bellboy. Dr. Buttons. I mean, you're meant to take this guy seriously, I suppose. So he says, "Oh, Bev, you must know that geodetic surveyors measure curvature." They don't. Nobody measures curvature at all. You can check. What he's talking about is the misunderstanding that Jesse Kozlowski sort of waved a magic wand, made him believe that people actually do measure curvature. Well, they don't. They measure slope distances and elevation changes, and they measure horizontally across to tell the distance, and vertical changes on the elevation. He said if you had a bit more up top, you'd accept it, the received opinion, and then attempt to explain it away. Instead, you just out and out deny it. I know it's false. I know nobody does that. You are a busted flush, mate. So there you go. Now, that's Twitter. Want to go into it anymore? Daddy's little soldier boy and the little peons that come with him, and the big Daddy Mactoon with his going after people's families and children and stuff. Yeah, I think they're upset at my son's Fata Morgana pictures, actually, the video footage, the sunsets, because they know what Fata Morganas prove in reality. It's like a physics thing, really, within the banding of these horizontal layers. But we'll get over that in some time. That's sort of a little bit advanced for what we're dealing with. A few months down the line, hopefully. I was hoping that it would have come out already, but right. So get into logic, because this is going to be good. Now, what we're going over tonight is this book, Trivium. But it's just the logic part. I'm still waiting for my other Trivium book that came from the one that Raven gave us at the beginning. Now, this book covers all sorts of things, and it does it quite simply in short pages, right? So I'm going to go over a few right from the beginning of the logic. I'll read the introduction, and then we'll go through a few of the steps of the logic to do it. But the way I want to do this is because we're all new to this, right? That's the way we should be taking it. I'd like it if it's a discussion backwards and forwards, but in order for us to make it more relevant to what we do, street style, if there is a logical statement that's within it, can we try together to formulate it into something that we can understand a bit more? So if I go over something, it'd be good if we can have a discussion about how it's relevant to where we are today, because you've got to remember this Trivium is ancient. It's really old school, 15th century type stuff. Probably from before that. If you take on what Aristotle did, Aristotle brought all of this, but the actual trivium and the way that this is laid out in a book form, it comes more from, you know, a closer to us wrote out. But the actual idea of logic, it should be a natural sort of process of reasoning and understanding. Right, so see what have we got here.
Hey, Bear, before we get into that, can I just give a big shout out to Paige, because she's a job interview tomorrow, so we wish her all the best of luck.
Oh, yeah.
Best of luck, Paige. You can do it.
Okay, so the trivium is the book that we're going over, but this is mainly just logic. The logic section of this, and it says this is the introduction to the logic section. Everyone has had the experience of hearing a series of statements and thinking that's logical. Most of us seem innately to be able to reason from causes to effects. We exercise our rational faculty every time we cross the road and avoid an oncoming car. A small child, though, may be unable to make the connection between speeding car and need to get out of the way. So how do we get from the childhood state to one where we can avoid the car as a matter of course? How do we create the rules for valid inference? While reasoning enables us to plan for the future, understand the past, and engage successfully with the present, logic is interested with the laws by which reason operates. Logicians want to know what makes one argument valid and another plain wrong. This can be very useful because people do not always think or speak the truth. They can be in error, they can lie, and they can rationalize in crooked ways. It says see page 380 odd. We don't think we need to go into that, but it is for this reason that logic, rather than grammar, was considered by some to be the foundation of the trivium. It's a good discussion. We had a little bit of it earlier today. Kevin's around. We'll get to that in a minute. Not much longer after this. And it says, of all the arts, the first and most general is logic, then grammar, and last of all, rhetoric. Since there can be much use of reason without speech, but no use of speech without reason. John Milton, Preface to the Art of Logic. That's a quote. This book explores the fundamental elements of practical logic and the process of reasoning in action. Along the way, the reader will be challenged to question everyday assumptions, to identify common logical fallacies, to wrestle with intractable paradoxes, and to take part in the ongoing search for truth. Simple logic. That's the introduction within this book to logic. Quite simple, like I say. This book isn't in depth like the trivium. It isn't the organon, where you properly get into the understanding of the basics. But no problem, Kevin. So when this says, because earlier on, it went through grammar first. When you think of the trivium, you think of grammar, logic, rhetoric. Well, in order for you to put the grammar together, I'm of the opinion, like Milton, that you need a logical understanding to be able to lay down the definitions of the words that you're going to be using. So to me, logic is the founding of this, and also the fact that you can express logic without words. you could tell somebody to not eat a particular berry or a mushroom or whatever by slapping it out of their hand, right? To show them how, no, that doesn't need any grammar or anything. So I would say the reasoning process leads to the grammar, but within the form of the trivium, like Raven said, it's three roads meeting. So they're all intertwined, the rhetoric, the logic, and the grammar. They all have to come together to enable everybody to express it. But logic is the foundation of it. Would you agree, Paper? Kevin's a bit busy at the minute.
I would agree that logic is first as the cause, because we have this logic inside our mind. That's why we can speak grammarly. But in process of learning, we are learning grammar first, because we are learning the speech first.
Yeah.
Without understanding what it means. Little childs are just repeating what their parents are saying without understanding. So first is memorizing just words and connecting them by repeating after their parents. So without understanding, they understand what they say when this logic process is coming. This abstractive thinking is taking part at age of like 5, 6, 7. It depends. But we have to have this logic inside us, because otherwise the learning process would not occur. But within time, the first is grammar, yes, but not. This is foundation, but rather by memorizing. We don't understand what we are saying first. We are just parroting words. But further in age, we understand what we are saying. And we understand, for example, that we are making mistakes, grammar mistakes at given age, for example, 10 or 12, or orthographic mistakes or whatever. But yes, logic is the foundation. This is the ability of our mind. It has to be in us before we can speak, because without it, we couldn't speak. As animals can show, they can't speak because they haven't got this logic, this mind, logical mind. So they will never speak.
Yeah, well, yeah. But it shows that in the minds of the child, that's where it's all formed. The initial use of the words. If, like you say, you teach people to repeat and remember, if at that stage you get taught wrong, you would never notice. You would accept that as was taught. That's why I think they said, "Give me the minds of a child, and I'll give you the man."
Yes, Lenin rephrased that if you will give me 3 first years of child, it will be all mine forever.
Yeah, I think you can do that to people. I think it's an ongoing process. It keeps going on.
Yes, of course. So in Lenin's time, it was Soviet human, and now we have just new human, preparing new humanity, which would be rather animality, because people are turning into animals. And many people accept that. This is scary for me, but this is our time.
Yeah. This is how we learn using, I think, logic. This is this process is how you stop yourself from being fooled. How you reclaim anything that may have happened within the youth. You can get it back, and you can realize any errors with fallacies. This is how to find them. Logic. It's why people have problems with it, with logic. They cannot look at this sort of stuff.
Yes, and with grammar, for example, child is taught to speak grammarly, but later when logic is working inside him, he knows why he should talk grammarly. In early childhood, he don't know why he has to put, for example, this word after this, that he has to have a subject and object and description and subordinate sentences and so on. He don't know why, but later on he can acknowledge that why he's talking that way, because this is logic, this is logical. So grammarly speaking means speaking logically.
Okay, so after the introduction, we go straight into dialectic. It says dialectic and the Socratic method. Now, I think we already have a bit of a difference, but we'll get to that. It's only 2 pages, so it won't go on for too long. Then we can have a discussion about this. It says, we all have opinions. We all argue sometimes. In ancient Greece, when 2 or more philosophers used reasoned arguments to try and get to the truth of something over which they disagreed, they were said to be engaged in dialectic. From what's that? Is that dialegin, to converse or dispute? Oh, it must be Greek. There are many ways to win an argument. The 5th century BC Greek sophists delighted in the arts of oratory, public speaking, and debate, oratorical competition, using rhetoric, brackets, clever linguistic devices to persuade audiences and to demonstrate their own arete. It's got a like a little cap over the E. A-R-E, a little cap over it, T-E.
Yes, it is virtue.
Excellence.
Like
It says here in brackets.
Skill or virtue, yes.
Arete. Would that be right? Is it? Go on. How would you say it?
I am not sure. Maybe arete.
Arete. Yeah.
Or arete. I don't know. Maybe S.E. Montreal will be helpful here.
I wish I could help, but I haven't heard that word.
Oh, well, we're going to have to get into it because it's one of our words, I think. Excellence.
Indeed.
It's like virtue, skill, being skilled, but in a certain way that makes you noble.
Yeah.
Yourself, your personality makes more noble.
Yeah, that's what we're after, right? We're after being able to be the best at what we do. So, yeah, to be able to show people. I like it. I like the idea of it. We'll look into that. However, Socrates, 470 to 399 BC, argued that truth mattered the most, and that this could be best revealed through reason and logic in discussion. To tease out the truth, Socrates employed a method which involved a number of steps. So this is the Socratic method. Agatha, I don't know why, Agatha asserts a thesis. Justice should treat everyone equally. Socrates gets Agatha to agree to further premises. Surely you would agree that someone who is mad is not responsible for their actions. Right? I'm sure we could redo this. Socrates shows how these new premises imply the opposite of the original thesis. So justice should not treat everyone equally. And then number 4 is a new thesis. More refined is now advanced. So you would make an adjustment to continue forward within this. This is dialectic and how dialectic works. Expressed. This technique was developed by Plato, Aristotle, and medieval and 19th century philosophers. Today, it takes the form thesis. I say, don't you think Sheila is wonderful? Antithesis. On the contrary, I disagree. She hurt Bill terribly. Synthesis. Let's try again. Yes, Sheila is complicated. I'm not too sure whether that works as an example, but yeah,
this is just Hegelian method. Very
that's
not logical.
Yeah, it says this technique was developed by Plato, Aristotle, and medieval and 19th century philosophers. Today it takes the form.
Yeah, right.
That's today. Forget about that. We're not bothered about that. Sounds like a bag of shite.
I think that this accusation of Aristotle in that matter, I have to check it, but I don't think that Aristotle developed that with Plato, because he was disagreeing mostly with Plato. So I don't think that he would agree on that.
Well, I don't think that particular method is. I mean, we'll get round to it in a bit, right? There's a little bit more to go. I think there is the discussion in this, but let's get to the end of this to make sure I get through this before we go into the discussion about dialectic, right? It says, while dialectic describes what people do every day as they dispute and reason back and forth, logic, from Greek logos, reason or speech, deals with the aspect of dialectic which is concerned with validity. Over centuries, the techniques by which the truth of statements and the validity of arguments have been determined and measured have changed immeasurably. Let me read that again. Over the centuries, the techniques by which the truth of statements and the validity of arguments have been determined and measured have changed immeasurably. Yeah.
We have noticed that.
Modern logical languages are so unforgiving that a single spelling mistake or wrong Boolean operator, see page 22, in a large computer program can bring a country to its knees. These mathematical logical languages are not, however, the primary subject of this book. These pages instead mostly deal with the kind of logic we all use every day. The logic inherent in our spoken language, the logic that we use to convince children to brush their teeth, the logic we use to convince politicians to care for our future. Some philosophers claim that true dialectic is a way of life resulting in a transcendent apprehension of truth. The seventh Platonic epistle sets the highest philosophical truth behind the reach of words. And this says, for it is not all speakable like other subjects of study, but from much working together on the matter itself, and living in company, suddenly a light as if it were leaping from a fire kindles in the soul, and therefore grows on its own.
Who wrote this?
That one is, I think it's Plato's Epistle, number 7.
That one sounds legit, but some other ones are you're reading from different people.
Yeah, this is this book is called Trivium, and it's like a collection of different people, and they've brought all of this stuff together. So this is why I like this, because it's more street, gives us a chance to talk about these things, right? It lets you know that it's just other people's opinions of things and how it's changed throughout the years. To the fact that they're letting you know that people have changed this stuff. It's at what point you want to jump on, and why do you think they might have changed it? Where I think where we're at, we're in a place where not a lot of people come to this particular topic for the similar reasons that we have.
I would say that they change because the goal is changed. As in this book earlier, he was talking about Socrates, that logic is used and for truth, to gain truth.
Yes.
But now, in modern world, the truth is not very much in interest. But just so it surely it is segueing to dialectics to convince people to, for example, to accept not truth, but for example some ideology. So, for example, Marxistic ideology is based on so-called material dialectics. So it is dialectic materialism. So for example, Marx from Hegel, of course, is trying to convince by dialectics that his ideology is cool. So this is way of convincing people to some ideology, but not necessarily the truth, like in the times of Socrates and Aristotle. So the truth is sacrificed for ideology, and it requires different tools, because logic doesn't work in ideology. But dialectics, yes, it works. That's me.
Yeah. Well, when I was reading this, originally I was thinking of the logic, right? Because if the dialectic, to me, is a dia, it's two, right? So it's a discussion between two people, and the lectic part is just the sort of the word, the linguistic type thing that goes on between two people. So basically it's just a conversation, and in order for you to communicate, what you want to be able to do is to gain information, or the passage of information, in both directions, right? And now the better you can communicate, the better your dialectic, the more it will be a fluid thing. But what I think there is an overall idea is that people want to make it a competition. They want to make it an us and them, a backwards and forwards between a heated argument. And particularly the way they were saying about this dialectic, it's a competition, right? And it's clever linguistic devices that they use for rhetoric, and it's just sophistry, really.
Yes.
It's like a sport. I was
Yes,
thinking of it.
it,
It's like
it
sport to
was.
them, like theater
Well,
was.
no,
This
no.
was
I
probably
think
like
that's
another.
what they do, right? It happens nowadays. They've took it from what it is, and they've made you believe that it's something else, because that's where this other group of people can actually play within this rhetorical, sophisticated rhetorical argument sort of thing, which is a non-argument, really.
Yes,
Yeah, but I was thinking back in those days, they didn't have TV and radio and stuff, right? So this was like another form of entertainment. They'd probably go to a theater and watch people like debate, do this stuff.
not theater, to the Areopag. So it was the main market, or what this
Yeah,
place?
wherever the venue. Yeah,
the main place in the town where public meetings were
town
occurring.
square, sort of town
So,
square.
yes, so they were speeches, political speeches, and that it was used word oratory. Yes, that they just perform their oratories. So great speeches.
Like Speaker's Corner in London, for example.
Yes, or Hyde Park or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they just exercises their skills in oratory.
Amazing, huh? Wow.
Yes, no television, no radio, no internet. So this was the only way they can produce themselves and sell this product.
It was another show, like the
Yes, it was. Yes,
Beverly
yes.
Hillbillies, I Love Lucy, they had comedy, they had, drama, and they had, this one was, I guess, another form.
Yes.
Reality theater.
Right, so what it says here as well, it says, while dialectic describes what people do every day as they dispute and reason back and forth, logic deals with the aspect of dialectic which is concerned with validity. So if you take that dialectic without logic is just people talking shit.
Yes, but if they are talking shit in a persuasive way, they may convince. And this is the goal of sophistry, for example.
Exactly. So the idea of the communication is ongoing within dialectic, but the addition of the logic is where it starts to become complicated. And that's what it says with Socrates, right? I think I can expose all of that bullshit. With this, we'll just use logical thinking within this dialectic, and you can then expose what's going on. Now, I'm not too sure whether Socrates was just let's say, a muse that Plato wrote about or used, or whether he was real and Plato was the guy that just followed him round writing shit down. I mean, Plato, who knows? But the idea is that there is a method, and within the plays and everything that Plato did, he's been called a philosopher, but he could just be a playwright. He could have been writing down the events of the day, what was going on. And that alone. They could have been that enlightened back then that how would we know? If Plato was the first guy to start writing down and making plays of stuff. It could have been the first TV of the time where he could influence what was actually going on. He could write it down and change it a little bit.
No, he wasn't the first, because the classic era of Greek theater was behind him already, because it was like 50 or 60 years before him. So he was, I think he was just repeating what his predecessors were doing, this Aeschylus, Sophocles, and these greatest dramaturgists. They were before him. I think he just used this way of dialogue, that kind of drama, because he knew that this theater method is persuasive, is good. I think so. That's he named his opponents like Socrates, Critias, and it was, I think, his uncle. So he just maybe could show and estimate his family. But yes, this dialogue is like a theater, and I think that he used that method to convey his ideas. But I wouldn't say that this is philosophy, really, what he wrote. It's just, for me, like theater propaganda.
Yeah.
But
I'd be with you on that. Although it could have been wrote at a much later date and put back there, because it is wrote like that. It's scripted, a lot of the things. So, what I think we have to go back and just point out is the Socratic method. That it says it lies this within the dialectic, and I think that's mainly because it's just within the conversation between two people. Other than that, this is how easy it is that somebody, one person, states, it says a thesis, but let's say makes a claim. That's basically it. That's how this method starts off. Somebody makes a claim, and then the second one is somebody states, or the way Socrates does it is gets the person who has made the initial claim to make an extra claim on top of that that sort of refutes it in some sort of way. He's very clever with the way he does it. What he does is he finds a problem, but then works like 3D chess. He gets them to agree to another premise that fits the problem within it. It's genius.
He's using on contrary. He's using his own thesis on contrary. And by the way, this is method how, for example, Summa Theologiae of Saint Thomas Aquinas is written. He's putting thesis and on contrary, and he's dealing with both. So he is using, in fact, the Socratian method, like dialectics or dialogue, whatever. But yes, this is he was using contrary thesis to opponents.
Yeah. And then Socrates shows how these new premises apply the opposite of the original thesis. He just finds problems in it. So really, it's that questioning process and how the delivery of that comes across. Somebody makes a claim and somebody has a problem with that claim, and it's the questioning process, how that continues through dialectic and the rhetoric within this thing. I think it shows the logic, and then it puts the dialectic at the beginning of the logic, which sounds a little bit strange, but I'm guessing that it's showing, in order for you to be able to do this logical process, you need somebody to converse with in order to bring out this logical process. I mean, the logical thinking happens, but the dialectic is what it's all about. It's the dialectic is what drives the new thought processes that bring the new logical thinking and the striving for the truth.
Yes, I would say that Socrates brought logic into dialectics for that reason, to find truth, because in pure dialectics and later on, like in Hegelian dialectics, it doesn't matter what the truth is, because the truth is compromise between two theses. But bringing logic put the truth in a proper place, because the truth is where it is, regardless what opinion on that truth is from both sides. It may lay somewhere else, and for example, both people can be with disagreement on the truth. They both can be errant. So this is job of Socrates, to bring logic to pure sophisticated dialectic oratory whatever performances, and that's why he was doing what he was doing. And many people disliked him for that.
Yes, touching logic into a place where only a few could speak, because I'm guessing the bullshittery that they developed meant they were the loudest of their kind. And it seems like there's a fair bit of that today, of the ones that speak the loudest and say the most stuff. It seems like there's a confusion element to the rhetorical dialectic of non-logic.
Yes. Sometimes it is a goal. If, for example, see this flatzoid and fight the flat Earth discussion. So we have here example when a flatzoid is trying to keep on track, to keep on one subject, when he nailed his opponent, and opponent is desperately trying to segue to something else, because he knows that he is nailed, pinned down. So and so he is just using pure sophistry and tactics. So I would say that this would be an example for of trying to stay on track with logic, and on the other side, how sophists could deal with that. But this is a difficult task.
Yeah,
And
I would say the aim of the logician, or the idea of when we're going to be going into this, is to place the sophist in aporia, in that position where they cannot proceed forward, and you can see that by their diversionary, obfuscated tactics.
Yes. It is visible to the audience. I hope.
Well, hopefully that's what we'll be doing. We'll be pointing those things out, because until you see them, until people point them out to you, sometimes you may not see them. Things can slip right underneath your view if you aren't aware of them. And that's what, hopefully we start doing that. So from the dialectic idea, it goes straight to truth and fallacy. This is logic. Two wrongs don't make a right. In logical reasoning, the goal is less understanding that something is true, and more understanding or explaining why something is true. For thousands of years, philosophers have held that in an argument, in an argument, two things are necessary for a sound conclusion. Just two. A, the premise must be true and the reasoning must be valid. So you are making a truth statement, and then the reasoning to back that up must be valid. Right. Validity. That was just, yeah. Validity depends on the types of inference made in the argument, the form of the argument. And it has nothing to say about the truth of the premise or the conclusion. Literally talking about the argument.
But still, they insist that premise has to be true, not valid, true.
Yeah.
So it has to be actual. No fantasy, no globe, no space-time or whatever. It has to be real, because true means real.
Yeah, provable, right? It has to be able to be proved to be true.
Yes, and true means existent.
Mm-hmm.
It is not fantasy. It is real. Has to be, because if it is not, your premise is not valid, and you cannot produce a valid argumentation without that. So, for example, because otherwise we will end in paradox. So this text is invalidating what Bebe was talking about. Bebe has different logic. He is talking about only formal validation, but even here we can hear that the condition of valid argument is true premise. I am curious what Bebe would have to say about that. Agree or disagree? I don't know. I think that he would disagree. Don't know why, but still, in this text, it is shown that you have to have a true premise.
Yeah, it says two things are necessary for a sound conclusion. That the premise must be true and the reasoning must be valid for a sound outcome. Yeah, like you said, we've dealt with that, right? So here, an argument may be valid without being sound. Example. Premise. If the grass is green, it's Monday. The grass is green, therefore it is Monday. Obviously, not valid. Because
yes, informal side that would be valid, but of course this is not true. So there is no link, because inference has to be linked together. It has to be causation.
Well, yeah, this says though that the reasoning must be valid, not the conclusion, right? So the conclusion comes from the reasoning, and the reasoning, therefore it is Monday, is not valid. Quite simply, that's faulty reasoning, so therefore not valid.
Yes, because there is no causation in that. The color of the grass is not causing anything in reality, not days of the week. So it is just non sequitur, classical non sequitur.
It said this unsound but valid modus ponens argument is nonsensical because the initial premise is false. And similarly, an invalid argument can have a true conclusion. Example, all flowers are plants, roses are plants, roses are flowers, therefore roses are flowers.
Yes, it means that the statement, which is said to be conclusion, in fact is not conclusion. It is just a statement of fact. Yes, it is. Roses are flowers, but it doesn't follow from this argumentation before. That it means that this guy didn't prove in that way that roses are flowers. They are flowers, of course, but we know that from something else, not from this argumentation. That's why this argumentation is invalid.
Yeah, well, it says this argument is invalid because its middle term is undistributed. Undistributed.
Yes, it means yes,
Complicated, isn't
it is illicit manner. It is like that men are animals and this kind of, or even Baby was talking about. So yes, this is not valid, but still conclusion, because it is separate statement, and this is kind of non sequitur also, but in this way, the statement, the last statement, which is not conclusion, in fact, is true, but it would be true without this argumentation. So this is just redundant and, of course, non sequitur argumentation. That's why it is invalid. But conclusion, which is not conclusion really, is true. This statement is true, but not. It is not inferred from this argumentation.
Okay, and we go to invalid reasoning causes flawed arguments, known as fallacies, and there are two main species of these sub-logical creatures. One, formal fallacies are problems with the form of the argument. They involve invalid inferences and are said to be formally invalid. One nasty formal fallacy is, this is the first one, the conclusion which denies premises. Sound familiar? Say that again. One nasty formal fallacy is the conclusion which denies premises. Sound familiar? Stolen concept. And this one says, an example. No one goes to that bar anymore. Why? It's too crowded. That makes sense. No one goes to that bar anymore.
Because if no one goes to that bar, it means that this bar is empty.
Yeah.
So it cannot be crowded. So, of course, yes. That's kind of joke.
Yeah. But it is the conclusion which denies the premises. One that you have to use that processing part to hear it. And you'll hear those sort of things all the time in the particular arena we're in. And they just don't make sense. But if you don't catch them, and if you let that go past, then everybody else you've dealt with has heard that. And it's sunk in their heads. They haven't heard it. They haven't heard the logical reasoning behind, wait a minute, what do you mean nobody goes there? How can it be crowded if nobody goes there?
this is kind of paradox, like old school Greek paradoxes, because it may be valid if we can agree that no one anymore can go there because it is already crowded. But you have to make some assumption, pre-assumption before that statement. But if it is said as it is said, yes, it is just paradox and a joke.
Yeah. It's an example to get your mind thinking about things that you may not be aware of. So that's formal fallacies of that sort of thing. And the informal fallacies arise from the matter rather than the form of the argument. Linguistic ambiguity, sneaky misdirection, and other problems can turn a validly formed argument into a fallacy. In the informal fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc, with this, therefore, because of this, a false cause is imagined between events.
Yes, this is a general misunderstanding and to discern between causation and correlation, because some things are going together and they are not with causation inside of them. So they are, the one of them is not cause of the other. They are just together because they are correlated. For example, water being warm and transparent. This is the water being transparent to our eyes is not the cause, the water being warm, but they are going all together. But this is that kind of fallacy. Yes, confusing correlation with causation.
Yeah, I like the way this book does these things. I mean, I will go over these ones and pencil in some other time. But this book says every day I boil my kettle, and hey, there's no elephants around here. It's like, wow, how about that? Boiling my kettle keeps elephants away. Genius. Love it. That type of argument we can use. I know a group of people that need somebody to develop arguments like that.
Yes, widely used in politics.
Yeah.
And in ideologies. Yes, yeah. Marxistic dialectics is at service.
Yeah.
Sophistry at its finest.
Yeah. So this is just a little bit of an intro into logic and why logic. So it says the study of fallacies is important for the aspiring logician, and examples will appear throughout this book. Sometimes they are introduced into arguments by mistake, but they are also wielded by unscrupulous orators to win disputes by nefarious means. Smart logicians can quickly identify the fallacies fed to them every day by parents, politicians, pundits, advertisers, and teenagers. All those who may have a vested interest in their deception.
Yup.
That's why we're doing this logic. The very reason we're going over this. So you don't get fooled by people. Not me. This is for everybody. This is just to make sure that people aren't bullshitting you. Now, it can be a little bit hard work because you might have a little bit of pushback. You might have people not liking the idea of you doing this because they might have been bullshitting you for a long time. And you've been
doing this
Yeah.
We've been doing this without even realizing it. Now we learn that this is an ancient form of bull detection. This is great, man.
Natural, right? That's what
Yeah,
about
yeah.
this is that I'm hoping everybody's getting is that we are already doing this. At least those of us that are actually in there, like I say, in the fight, but just having conversations, being able to try and learn from conversations and knowing it, knowing that it happens, knowing that it occurs, knowing that there are people out there that are willfully trying to deceive you. It's worth knowing, and it's worth knowing how to defend against these things.
Have you heard a politician speak lately?
I don't listen to the telly.
I'm telling you, Bev, if you do, you'll die of laughter. We've been going through this for a while now, learning some stuff, right? And obviously we knew this stuff already, but with this new knowledge, just listen to a speech from a politician. It's so funny.
It's pure sophistry, right? No
100%.
substance, no nothing
Zero.
in
I
it.
was telling my wife, zero. Every word he just said is a lie or an exaggeration of the truth.
Yeah. It wins minds, doesn't it? Of at least the ones that aren't thinking.
Yeah, we had an election yesterday.
Oh.
And I was watching people, provincial, and I was watching people clap and cheering. And I was telling the wife, look, they're cheering at the person, the next people that are going to make them pay taxes and, make them do things that are bad against them. Yeah.
Right, so on to reasoning. That was the truth and validity part, and we're on to reasoning now. Elementary. There are four main ways to form a logical conclusion. 1. Deductive reasoning. Moves from the general to the particular, producing a necessary conclusion whose truth follows from that of the premises. It is the motor behind the syllogism, other instrument of traditional logic and modern computers. They keep trying to bring modern computers, the logic into it, although I don't think modern computers can check the P's and Q's.
What's that word? Fuzzy logic?
Fuzzy logic.
That's what they want to sneak in there. Yeah.
I think it is because some people still want to prove that machines can think like people.
Yeah.
And they cannot.
No, I don't. I deduct it. I don't think. But I mean, I don't know. You get into trouble with computers and deductive. As an example, it gives this. Mythical animals do not really exist. Werewolves are mythical animals. Therefore, werewolves do not really exist. That's their deductive reasoning.
Yes, it's valid. Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Given the truth of the assumptions, a valid deduction will always lead to a true conclusion. So, statement, mythical animals do not really exist. That's your statement that you're making. Werewolves are mythical animals. Therefore, there's the link, the werewolves do not really exist.
Logical.
Mm-hmm. Number 2, inductive reasoning begins with the particular and proceeds to the general. Things are observed, then a rule or cause is proposed to account for them. This allows for innumerable general laws to be formulated which facilitate our daily lives and permit science to advance by hypothesis, tests, and theories.
No way.
That's inductive reasoning.
Uh-huh.
Listen to this for the example. This is why I think I could definitely pencil in a few others. We might have to go over this again in a bit. I see an apple falling from a tree. I see it happen again and again. I form a hypothesis to explain it. Further experiments support my hypothesis, and it is elevated to a theory, part of a law. That's it. The conclusion is probable rather than certain, which is why, strictly speaking, no scientific theory is regarded as being true.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yes, we have problem with science.
Well, it says here in step 3, right? I form a hypothesis to explain it. It's a bit general, isn't it?
That's bull.
Further experiments
bull.
support my hypothesis. Well, you keep seeing trees,
Any
apples
hypothesis.
falling from
Yeah.
trees.
And it
Things
could be any
fall.
hypothesis, right?
Yeah, it's tooth fairies causing it to fall each time. That's my hypothesis. Invisible fairies. Prove me wrong.
But in this text, it's not said. It should be that my hypothesis should be what causes the apple to fall.
Now we're talking. We're going to the cause and effect. Of course.
Yes,
Yep.
it was said before on the beginning
Yeah.
that should be this logic process should be establishing cause and effect. It is well known from, for example, Aristotle. So, but just creating theory about what?
And not only
Normal-
that. Sorry, I thought you were.
Okay, go on.
No, I was going to say, not only that, he also said it becomes a law after that.
Part of a law.
Yeah, a part. He said part.
Part of a law,
Still.
yeah.
Still, yeah.
It's obviously wrote to appease a certain group, right? I mean, it is only a brief outline, and they obviously don't want to go into too much, but it's a really strange thing for them to have picked as an example of inductive reasoning. It doesn't really explain anything. And if that's what your science is, built around that particular form of inductive reasoning, that doesn't explain it at all to me.
Absolutely.
You know what I call that? Fuzzified logic.
Yeah.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Can I just can I go back and read the I have the same book as Bev does, so I'll read
Please
along with it.
do. If I
Yeah,
missed
so
anything.
so the at the end of the deductive reasoning, there's italicized text, and there's the same in inductive. Let me read both of them, and you guys tell me what the difference of the two is. You ready? Given the truth, this is for deductive reasoning. Given the truth of the assumptions, a valid deduction will always lead to a true conclusion. Okay, that's at the end of deductive reasoning. Here's at the end of inductive reasoning. The conclusion is probable rather than certain, which is why, strictly speaking, no scientific theory is regarded as being true. What's the difference between the two?
Wow.
Yeah.
You probably picked up on it because I emphasized the word. And what did we talk about at the very beginning of the trivium? The truth value.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I
so
mean, it's
one of
obvious.
you
Yeah,
gives you a true conclusion and the other one
Yep.
doesn't give you a true. That's what it says. The difference between the two.
Exactly. The difference between the two is there's a truth value. So when we all looked at the example of the mythical animals do not really exist, werewolves are mythical animals, werewolves, therefore werewolves do not really exist. Everybody goes, yeah, absolutely. Totally makes sense. Absolutely. And then you get to the example for inductive reasoning, and everybody here goes, wait a minute.
Yeah.
hang on a second. I just
You
found
can't
that
pass
super
this
interesting.
stuff around here.
Right.
I think they are messing inductive and deductive because and for me, inductive is not what they say in that book. This is not example of induction
Yeah.
for me,
No.
because induction it is from these words ducto. Ducto means lead out or pull someone out from something. So it is going out from something.
Extracting.
Pardon?
Extracting.
Yes. But inducting, it means leading into something. You are utilizing something like principle in particular thing. This is induction.
Yeah, you're leading people into a direction. You are focusing them in a particular way, whereas deductive, you are taking the information that's there and extracting the information. You're extracting the truth from it.
Yes, and you are creating, for example, principle that, oh yes, this particular thing is linked with that principle. So this is deduction. But induction, it means that I will induce some principles. For example, I don't know that if I drop a pen, it will fall down. So the cause is, for example, that kind of gravity, whatever it is. But we know that objects are falling down. So I am utilizing principle, well-known principle, and this is induction because I am doing that. So I don't know why they are talking about this induction. To be honest, I didn't even understand what this guy was talking about when he was talking about induction. I would have to have this text on board to read it 3 times at least.
Yeah,
because very ambiguous for me.
Well, that's actually a really good point. So I just did the etymology of induction, and here's what it says. It says, as a term in logic, early 15th century, it is from Cicero's use of inductio to translate Greek epagoge, leading to, quote unquote, leading to in Aristotle. Induction starts with known instances and arrives at generalizations. Deductions start from the general principle and arrives at some individual fact. As a term in physics is in reference to electrical influence, so on and so forth. So it is intended to be the opposite of deductive. You go from the specific to the general instead of from the general to the specific. And I agree with you, Paper. I think the example they use is purposefully done. So shall we say, with an agenda.
Yes, they are confusing induction with the deduction for some purpose. I suspect nefarious.
You don't say.
Well, yeah, it's strange that they put science there within induction, and they're trying to elevate that to science, at least the people that we're talking to. But when we talk about the arguments that we make in geometry and all of that, it's always deductive. Always. Because that's the part that gives the truth, and that's where we aim to be focused on.
By the way, I agree. But I was going to say, by the way, that follows the genus to species organization that Porphyry set out in Porphyry's tree to describe Aristotle and how Aristotle looked at things is in a deductive manner. Goes from the most general to the most specific. Inductive is to try to, I don't know how that came about, but trying to go from the specific to the general. But I think that's much harder to do. Even if you just look at porphyry trees of different species and genera, it's a little bit more difficult to go from the absolute specific to the general, right? If you have a general and you're moving to the specific, it's a little bit easier to tell the differentiation between the two, and that's how you get definitions. You remember that, Bev?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so inductive is the opposite of that, right? So it's trying to go from the most specific to the general, and then I think that's a little bit more difficult to wrap your head around. At least it is for me anyway. Inductive versus deductive.
It does say, it says like things are observed, right? Now, doesn't that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Things are observed. Then a rule or cause is proposed to account for them. By who? Whom does this? Just one person do this, or is it a group? Is it decided by a group of people? Let's call them scientists, right? These people that decide themselves as scientists decide what rule it is that makes up something that somebody's observed.
But it would make it a hypothesis, and but hypothesis has to be checked in experiment. So, and since they are not talking about experiments here, just talking about proposing explanation, and just that's it. I
Like
didn't
a thought
hear.
experiment.
Yes, like thought experiment, but this is not how theory in science is created. You have to check your hypothesis against your null hypothesis, and if and how it is done. It is done by manipulating the cause, presumed cause. You have to have be able to manipulate cause.
Yeah, within that part there where they're talking about that scientific bit, that is where you should put your deductive reasoning. If I do this, then this happens. You want to be getting as close as you can to your deductive reasoning within that test. Surely.
Yeah. He went from hypothesis to theory to law in one sentence. Or a couple. That's preposterous.
Yes, without validating hypothesis.
Any step of yeah. And how does the law come in there? A law is a law. You don't do a hypothesis, and I mean, wow, everything backwards.
Okay, third one. Once we got here, obviously this is just a brief outline of this sort of stuff, so we can go into depth in all of these things. It's good to know where we're all at, though, right? As we go through these things. This one is abductive reasoning. Infers the truth of the best explanation for a set of facts, even if that explanation includes unobserved elements. It is the process. Abductive reasoning. It is the process of making educated guesses at why some given set of circumstances is the case. As such, it benefits from the application of Occam's razor. Diagnosticians and detectives commonly employ abductive reasoning. Do you want an example of it, just to get you into it? It says, if it rains, the grass becomes wet. The grass is wet, therefore it is most likely it has rained.
Most likely, here we go. Oh, yeah.
The conclusion is probable, but not exclusive. Someone might have watered the lawn.
Or they never heard of dew, early morning dew, huh? No.
You see the possibilities of these sort of logic ideas, right? Because I mean, really, you're after deductive because you are dealing with real things, so you should be able to go to deductive reasoning for things every time. There should be an easy deductive reasoning statement that you could go to.
Yeah, this is like a sophist playbook.
Well, I mean, it's not the sophist. This is the use of logic in everyday life, right? This is you've just got to think of this not as an argumentation thing, but just as a process that your mind goes through, right? Because you do these things. You come out and you go, well, the grass is wet. Let's have a look. Has it been raining? Or has the next door had the sprinkler on? Right? But those initial thoughts are a process that goes through your mind. And I'm guessing this is people's explanation of those thought processes, trying to lay down into an intellectual thing, right? I've been to university and studied this. It's like, but people do this all the time. You check if it's rained. I mean, now I don't know whether people do that and not realize that it might not have rained.
Yes, but still, on that example, this is not full description of abduction, because abduction is the method. It can be used, but not in that way as it is described. For example, if you can see that the grass is wet, you can check that the sprinkle is not working. Then you are abducting. It means you are cutting off one possibility, and then you can draw a conclusion that it has to be rain. That is the cause of grass being wet, because we don't have any more options. So
Sure, you know what I would do? I would look at the ground, the street.
Yeah, but that's not within this logic, right? It hasn't mentioned the outside, right? You have to try and keep within the formalness of what you are given within the argument, and not try and use other ideas, because I mean, along with that, you could use more abductive reasoning and then check other areas other than the grass.
Yeah, and I would say that this particular type of reasoning is you see there in the book.
He's got Sherlock Holmes and Watson.
Yeah, exactly. And it talks about Occam's razor.
Yeah.
For those who don't know what Occam's razor is, it's basically the most likely reason for something, right? So if you're thinking about the grass is wet, well, it could be wet because it rained, and maybe the street has dried up by then, SE, but the grass stays wet longer than the street does, right? Or it could be sprinklers, or you could have a leak, right? Or you could have your septic system or your sewer system, or your water that goes into your house. I mean,
but where would you start?
Well, that's the thing, right? The difficulty with that type of reasoning is getting to the conclusion and thinking that your conclusion is 100% correct without verifying it 100%, right? Without absolutely verifying, because you could assume that because I see the grass is wet, and I might also know that the sprinklers have come on at some point in time, that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have a water main break in your yard somewhere, right? You'd still have to eliminate all of the other potential causes of that particular phenomenon until you know for sure that, yep, it was the sprinklers. There's no other leak anywhere. It didn't rain. Exclude any other potential things that could have caused the grass to be wet. You see my meaning? But a lot of
Oh
people
yeah,
use this,
agreed.
right? They
I,
use
I
this
was
type of reasoning, and then they jump to a conclusion and stick with that conclusion, even though it may or may not be, because Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor says, well, the most likely culprit is the actual culprit. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. It probably is. Law of probability or theory of probability, right? Says it, yeah, probably is, but you have to go further than that to determine the truth of it, right? Going back to the truth idea.
no, I get what you're saying.
I have one
Absolutely, but
objection. I have one objection upon this Occam's razor, because this is modern explanation of Occam's razor, but original Occam's razor is about creating additional entities within creating a theory. So, for example, perfect example is Newtonian gravity. This is it is should go undercut of Occam's razor, because as we know, density changing density of medium is causing, for example, that objects are more heavy or less heavy or whatever, and changing density, average density of object is causing going down or up. For example, balloon with hot air, and this when this air is cooling down, it's going down. So there is no place for Newtonian gravity in that scenario, and because we are creating new cause, new entity in theory, and according to Occam, it is not allowed in science. So original Occam's razor is to not create any entities in theory beyond necessity. You can do that only when it is necessary, when you cannot explain that thing with given causes, known causes. So you can create this entity, this new cause, because that given causes can't give you an answer, but otherwise you cannot. So that's that, let's say, original usage of Occam's razor, and it concerns strictly science. And now, of course, it is widely used. So people just forgot about Occam's razor, and they are just talking bullshit and creating new entities, new theories, new whatever, black holes. For example, black hole is perfect example of Occam's razor violation. So many of them. So that's my take on that original Occam's razor fallacy.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. If I can, I'll since we're on the topic of Occam's razor, Bev, I'm just going to skip over to where it talks about it real quick, because it's a
Go on.
short thing. Here's what it says in this book: Occam's razor. Abduction seeks a hypothetical cause which matches the known facts. When conducting such a risky undertaking, Occam's razor, named after William of Occam, 1287 to 1347. I knew him well, by the way. Just kidding. Advises that a simple explanation is better. That is a better bet than a complex one. Newton gives the following philosophizing rule at the beginning of the third part of the 1726 edition of Principia. Rule 1: we should not admit extra causes of natural events beyond such as are both true and sufficient to explain the phenomena in question. I hear you say that that's bullshit, Paper, and if you're saying that, I don't disagree with you.
I would say that Newton disproved himself, but in that statement, because he violated Occam's razor. But what I know about Occam's razor is that statement. This is one sentence: don't create entities beyond necessity. So that it doesn't mean necessarily that the simplest explanation is the best.
Hmm.
It may be practically the best, but it doesn't mean that that answer would be true anyway. But just
Yeah, if you could disprove it, then it doesn't matter like how likely it should be. If it's been disproven, then Occam's razor wouldn't apply.
Yeah.
yes, that's why
Yeah.
he is talking about necessity. It
Well-
has to be, because otherwise we cannot explain something. Just impossible to explain without this cause, unknown cause, for example, or not observed cause. So we can infer some cause we cannot observe, but this is necessary to explain something. Without it, you cannot explain. So then you can create that new entity, that new cause, but it has to be necessary. If you can do explanation without it, don't create new bullshit theories.
Yes. Yes. And actually, to the credit of this book, they do have a piece at the end of their explanation of Occam's razor that says, beware of Occam's overdose. That's what they call it, Occam's overdose. The true reasons for things are often very complex indeed, and bizarre concatenations of events do occur all the time. So use Occam with due caution. And I think that's good advice for sure.
Yes, because not always it means that simple is better, is more true, because there is no more or less true. It is true or not, it is not. So this is just 0-1 logic.
Do you want to have a epoch A logical discussion about Newton just for a minute as a side note?
Sure.
He was a clever guy, right? Although he did put letters to things to try and explain things, right? In order for you to explain anything, it becomes a little bit difficult once you have to try and explain things that don't have any words for them, right? So Newton used Euclidean principles all the time, and he was supposedly a very clever guy. Like you said there, he also said that you don't make up shit. Now, do you think that he could have actually made up that shit? Purported with the things he said.
I read only, I think, 2 first pages of his principles, and he's talking about or 3 maybe pages. I just the beginning of he's talking about gravity, and he's just talking bullshit. This, if you can read it in some time, so it is very short text. I didn't need to read everything he wrote. He's just talking about gravity, that this is like magnetic force, and that's it. This is whole explanation. He didn't know what it is at all. He's just comparing it to magnetic behavior, and that's it. Nothing else. So this is how Occam's razor should work, because this.
Do you think there's a chance that he might not have done that? Somebody else might have added that in order to try and fool people, because it literally goes against all of his other stuff. It's only an out there sort of thing, isn't it? It's not like none of the principles of what he's talking about got applied to any of his stuff. It just goes against everything that he did.
I really don't know. I just only read this few pages, and I detected bullshit, and I stopped to read because I was interested in gravity at the moment. And fortunately for me, it was on first pages. So, and by the way, I saw this response from Berkeley to him, and he just rejected. He said that don't ascribe this gravity to me because he said that this is bullshit from philosophical stance and scientific stance, etc.
So why would he write it in his thing? That's what I'm saying.
I
Because
I
he
have no
never,
idea.
he didn't put it in any of the principles of anything he used. He used Euclidean principles. And as we know, as soon as you inject this to the center, all of those Euclidean principles change. And he didn't do that. Nobody did. It wasn't possible for anybody to be able to do it. That's why, to me, it's... this is a newer problem that we're dealing with. It's not back at Newton. Newton did nothing wrong. They did. He went, no, don't ascribe it to me. And they went, all right. Boom. Newton said about gravity, you know. He even wrote it in his thing. Here, look at it. And like you said, the first 2 pages, that's what they do. They put that in your mind at the beginning.
I have no idea because I assumed that he wrote that, so I don't know. I just wrote. I just read the text, what it was written there about gravity, the cause, what it is gravity. So his explanation was just it, and supposedly Berkeley objected it, and Newton just maybe self-reconciled. I don't know, or retracted it. So that's
what do you
all I
think,
know.
though? What do you think? Knowing that he only had, right? Remember, non-Euclidean geometry hadn't even been dreamt of.
No, that was 1800s.
Yeah. And so therefore the globe model has no geometry. It cannot exist before that time. And so Newton would have known nothing about that. And it can't have existed. Literally. I mean, they say it can, and they probably wrote it back into all sorts of different things. But look at the Platonic solids. I can't see. Go on.
Yeah, I'm with you. My personal belief is that Einstein did some good work, and then some people looked at that, saw a potential opening, revisionist history, and then ascribed something to him that he did not actually say. That's my take. Because the way I see it is a lot of these shenanigans happened early 1800s.
Yeah, you can put it back in the history books within the teaching and the education, and teach people something after the fact. Like, I mean, how easy is it? Well, let's say Newton did it. Well, where did Newton get it from? Well, I don't know. Let's put somebody back in Greek time. Let's say there's a dude that measured something. He lived there, and he was Aristotle's mate. And even before that, Pythagoras said it was the perfect thing, and they worshipped it. And, you know, like, and you just put stuff back and back and back, and then within the history, it just becomes assumed that it's a known. Like a lot of things nowadays that people do accept that is a known, and nobody looks into. Namely water. But there are things like that people have been put into the back of the mind that's easy to be able to do. And like with Newton there, to me, it doesn't take long for your reasoning process to go, he can't have thought of that. There was literally no way of the mathematical means of it. Even when we go back and look at Aristophanes, the method he used, Aristotle had been slapping him round the head, going, what are you doing? Doesn't make any sense. It would have been the same for Newton. It wouldn't have been able to push that shit past them. They were way cleverer than we are now, these people, especially within this argumentative form. They'd have sniffed out that bullshit ages ago, wouldn't they?
Maybe, but that's why maybe Newton, if he wrote what he wrote, he was very careful. That's why he easily retracted what he said, because if we take that position that he was a fraud, so he was just making some sondage, what kind of bullshit people can take at that time, and this bullshit could not pass, so he had to retract. But now, or in 19th century, when the education progressed, quote unquote, so this bullshit can be eaten by masses. So that's my take on if he wrote what he wrote. But it doesn't matter really if he did wrote. It is known as he wrote it anyway, so it is ascribed to him. So anyway, it is said that this is Newtonian gravity. So, and all people know that this gravity is Newtonian, whatever he said.
Yeah, I think that they specifically said don't ascribe it to me, and they went, boom, all right, Newtonian gravity it is. You're having it. Because that's how easy it is to fool people. Enough people say it, doesn't take long before that becomes the way it is and the way it's told. But like we say, these reasoning are different ways of thinking to be able to solve problems. And the fourth one, analogical reasoning, transfers information from a particular source to a particular target. It plays a central role in problem solving and cognitive perception by using comparison, similarities, and correspondences. It is always preceded by inductive reasoning. It's always preceded by inductive reasoning, right? So you have inductive reasoning first, and then you apply that analogical reasoning. Here we go. Many objects have been observed to share certain characteristics. We induce a class of these things by their common characteristics and name it apples. I'm pretty sure we could do horizons for this sort of thing. We observe a target which shares characteristics we have found to be typical of apples. Horizons. We reason analogically that this is also an apple. A horizon. The conclusion is only probable. It could be a plastic apple. A false horizon. Analogical reasoning helps us observe patterns in the world and make on-the-spot decisions every day. However, if the wrong patterns are used, it falls into the analogical fallacy. See, page 300 and something. So that's another section on fallacies to come later on.
But he is talking, our author is talking about false analogy. Because, of course, you can create false analogy, not coherent, but you can just make true analogy. Because in analogies, we are taking something from object, for example, and we are comparing to others. For example, triangles have angles, and squares have angles. So they are similar to each other in that regard. So we can convey some analogy between triangles and squares because they have something in common. So we can compare them in some kind of manner for some reasons. I cannot give any example, but they have something in common. For example, straight lines being sides, and that they have angles. So some common factor isn't there, and that's why we can make analogy based on common factors or properties. So, and then you can make a true analogy. But if you are trying to make analogy of differences, it will make your analogy false.
Yeah. But these are the four main ways to come to a logical conclusion, right? That's what it says here. Well, to form logical conclusions. Well, I always like to stick in the deductive, right? Because it's sort of definitive. It gives you, that's the way to find the truth statement. The inductive reasoning will give you a probably, could be type thing, and the abductive reasoning obviously requires further abductive reasoning. It's a process of ongoing. Step one, okay, now reanalyze it and look again, check something else, go on that way. And this one is about how you relate things together to each other. But like it says, that you have to be, analogical reasoning comes from inductive reasoning, and then again has extra steps that you have to take. So there are different forms of making logical conclusions that everybody uses every day. But in order for you to use this logic to find a proof or a truth, you are aiming mainly at the deductive reasoning.
Deduction is the best, because conclusion is conclusive, always has to be.
Okay, so now within that deductive reasoning, do you think, or can you see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use deductive reasoning within science?
You can do that. For example, if you have a hypothesis and you are doing experiment, if A causes B, and you are trying, because this method of experiment is just normal trial and error method. So that's it. but you are validating or invalidating your hypothesis. But you have to manipulate the cause. So first, you have to know or even assume this cause. So this induction is in fact based on prior deduction. If you create hypothesis that this A causes B, it is effect of your deductive speculation, of course, but still it is deductive. You are linking this object to the cause in your mind. This is your prediction, but this prediction is made by deduction, not from induction. So deduction is to form a hypothesis. You are forming your hypothesis, which is not checked yet, but you are forming by using your deductive reasoning, not inductive. Inductive reasoning is to check if this cause is true, this hypothesis is true. You have to make experiment, and this is induction. But first, you have to make a deductive process to create hypothesis. So that's why I partially disagree with this explanation of modern deduction and induction explanation. But deduction is first, even within creating your hypothesis. You have to use deductive thinking.
Yeah, that's why it always confuses me, because I know that ongoing within the arena that we're in, there is some sort of a quarrel, let's say, about this sort of thing. Now, if science, it says there, no theory is regarded as being true. But if it's based on deductive reasoning that gives you a truth, why would they want to say that? It really confuses me. And I think it's confused a lot of people, this idea that science uses inductive reasoning. Well, natural sciences obviously uses deductive, because you get to proofs the natural laws that we live under aren't inductive.
Yes, and but by the way, if, for example, in this discussion, Flatzoid with Fight the Flat Earth, he is using example of boiling water, that heating the water makes it boiling. So the cause is heat, of course. Heat makes water boiling. And
Or pressure.
yes, but at given, this is
Sorry, vertical height.
Given normal pressure, like natural pressure, so on the ground level. So it would be some amount of heat. So this is, we know that from deduction, because we can observe that water is warming and is vaporizing. And we can replicate it. We can warm artificially water, and we don't need to check it if it will get warm or not, because we know what heat means. That heating water makes it warmer, of course. So, but I would say that we started with our deduction. We deduct from what we see, the cause. So then we can apply it to everyday life, to just boil the water for tea, for example. But we are just utilizing what it is in nature already. We are not creating some new thing. We are just utilizing what it is. And we know what it is because of deductive thinking, not inductive.
Lost deductive thinking as far as Walter's concerned. And that whole quarrel that's going on is, to me, it's because of one of the great paralogisms that people can't even have a discussion about. Hopefully, if I can get to have discussions with people, I'll hopefully try and explain all of these. We'll be able to narrow in on them, learning more about this sort of stuff. What time are we at? Oh, we're still quite early yet. That's good. This next bit that we're going over now is, I think this is the bit that throws people off this type of, the way they go into this and the way it sounds, and really, I'll try and get through it. It's wrote really weird as well. It says, this is statements and arguments, saying what's what. For the Greek philosopher Aristotle, the basic building blocks of arguments were statements made up of subjects and predicates, i.e., what are we talking about and what are we saying about it? Today, logicians recognize a number of basic types of statement. Again, it says today. Predicative statement. Hopefully we're going to go over this with Aristotle's time, so we can go back to see how Aristotle did it, and I hope he does it a little bit better than this. Predicative statement. S is P. Cats are mammals. The most simple statement where S is the subject, P is the predicate. So, you know, you're saying something about something. Again, the predicate is the item of which you are predicating about the subject. In order for you to predicate upon something, you have to have a thing there to predicate. That's basically what they're saying there. Today's modern logicians, I don't know how they deal with it. Then you've got a conjunctive statement, P and Q, linking them together. Animals and reptiles, as in S is P and Q. Crocodiles are animals and reptiles. Note that the predications can be separated out. S is P and S is also Q. They're saying a couple of different things about something. Disjunctive statement, P or Q. There are three kinds of either you or I. But I don't know these names. Dave, John, and Earl will win. So either you or I, or Dave, John, and Earl will win. Can extend to cover all options. Then you have S is P or Q. A person is dead or alive. And then S is P or T is Q. Either I'll win or you'll do a headstand, it says. Just statements to be made in a way of you being able to say them. I guess so. It follows sort of mathematically if you're doing these and you're linking them within logic. I think modern logicians like to go into computer logic, so this is easy to bracket them if you put these letters together. It's not really, it doesn't read well and it doesn't sound well, and a lot of people will get put off with it. I'm going to have to find a way of explaining this sort of stuff in an easier manner. And a conditional hypothetical statement, this is the next one, is if S, then P. If the sun shines, the beach will be busy. The first part is called the antecedent, the second the consequent. The logical material link between them is called... Anyone know? As this is great. The nexus. Conditional, right? A conditional hypothetical statement. If S, then P. If P, then Q. If the sun shines, the beach will be busy. The first part is called the antecedent and the second is the consequent. Logical material link between them is called the nexus. And now it says the nexus. The truth or falsity of, if Robert has a vision, all will be well, depends on how we define the connection between Robert's visions and subsequent events. If this nexus does not hold, then the statement will be unsound and produce an informal fallacy of the flawed nexus. E.g., if music is playing, it is snowing, is fallacious even if it happens to be true. There is no logical substantive connection, nexus, between music and snow. Conditionals behave differently in formal logic.
Yes, this is perfect example how to confuse correlation with causation, because playing music doesn't cause snowing, and vice versa. So this is correlation. If at the same time, when orchestra is playing, it is snowing, it is just correlation, not causation. That's why you cannot produce a valid argument that it is caused by playing music.
I think, again, thank you, Emma. This is the very meaning behind mind your P's and Q's. This nexus link. If you don't mind your P's and Q's, the nexus will be unstable. But if you make the nexus this, if you mind your P's and Q's, the minding part is obviously this nexus thing. You have to have that mental link between the antecedent and consequent. They have to link.
Yes, and this link, because in this very word, consequent of what? Of cause.
Yeah.
Some cause. So antecedent has to be a cause. If it is not a cause, there is no consequent. This consequent is called consequent, but it is not true consequent. Just a word we use, but I think in modern logic it is fallacy to use consequent as in statement. If P, then Q. This is not sufficient. This is not sufficient. P has to be cause of Q. If it is not, we have all at best correlation. So we cannot infer from that. We cannot gain knowledge from that.
Remember the fallacy of the flawed nexus. Mind your P's and Q's. Make sure that link between the antecedent and the consequent goes through your noggin. Has to process, has to make sense. If it doesn't, then a flawed nexus. I love it.
Yes, called popularly called non sequitur.
Yeah. I like the idea of the nexus. It's a mental link between the two. It takes it out of a non sequitur. Does not follow into the mind. It gives you the power within. I love it. I think it's brilliant.
And the link is, as Aristotle said, is in middle term. So it is, for example, like Aristotle's example that men are mortals. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. We have link in middle term between first sentence and third sentence, which is conclusion. That's why it is valid. This conclusion that Socrates is mortal is valid because we have a link between subjects and predications. That's why that's how syllogism should be created in normal Aristotle's logic.
Don't forget about the accepting wrong information. It wouldn't be possible to have that nexus.
Oh
yes,
yeah.
It was said earlier in that book that a premise has to be true.
Yeah, but I think what Buster's saying is, because of these things, there is no nexus. So therefore, once you get somebody who's accepted that false statement, right? They've accepted it as a truth. Then when questioned about it, when took through the Elenchus process, there is no nexus link. And they're exposed to aporia right at that moment, right there.
They wouldn't be able to form a logical statement because of wrong information that's been accepted.
And by the way, this is modern media are acting like that. They are connecting things which are disconnected. And by repeating that all the time, they are creating association in your brain. You are not inferring the causation between things, but you are correlating them by simple psychological association. And after few years or many weeks, you think or may think that these things are related by causation, but they are not, and they are not proven. But people think that they are proven because they associate two things, like for example, like this Pavlov reflex or whatever, that he made experiment that if he was switching on the light before feeding dogs, they produced acids in
Ringing
their
a bell.
stomachs.
Ringing a bell.
Or ringing the bell, whatever it was. So, after some time, they just produced acids in the stomach without feeding at all, just on a ringing bell or lighting the bulb or whatever it was. So this is so he was programming these dogs to make them to reaction. He produced reaction without cause, just by training association, and that's how people are trained now by media. So that's me.
Yeah, I think, like I was saying earlier, I think we could go over all of these individual points and make them apply to us within the practical use of these things, because some of these examples don't really hit home as much as if we were able to specify them, localize them to our particular arena. I think they would be definitely helpful to expose a few fallacies and a few arguments to be put forward in these different formats to explain these things. Definitely ones to explain the nexus and stuff. As you can see, we did offer this to QE when QE was first starting with the Black Swan, or what he calls the Black Swan. Emma said that he should put a t-shirt, should make a t-shirt that says, Emma says, mind your P's and Q's. That was right back then, right at the beginning, when QE left. That he left telling us to leave science out of it. You just stick to geometry, all right? And this statement was said to him about minding your P's and Q's, with the understanding that P was the antecedent and the Q was the consequent. And the idea is that these two things have to link properly together in order for you to formulate your logical statement. A conditional, hypothetical statement, this one calls it. If then, basically.
Yes, so in his example, this modus tollens was about radius, and yes, it disproved radius of that kind, but it doesn't prove, for example, flat Earth. So, and by the way, modus tollens is a form of disproving, not proving. So
yeah, to the negative, contrapositive.
Yes, so he just disproved. Yes, it disproves radius, of course, but of that number, but still it doesn't positively prove anything else.
So all of these different things come with their own fallacies and their own idea. So the idea in that one is to watch out the nexus, the link between antecedent consequent relationship. It's there. Make sure it's good. The next one, again, a comparative statement where you're comparing, obviously. It says, tangerines are like small oranges. This is analogical reasoning. When making a comparative statement, beware the analogical fallacy, where someone mistakenly assumes that because two or more things are similar in one way, they must be similar in others. Once you have two or more statements, they can be combined to form arguments which proceed from the known, the premises, to the previously unknown, the conclusion. A common example is the argument from universal to particular. All, some, one. All meerkats are cool. This is very Beddy, like I'm having flashbacks to Beddy. All meerkats are cool, therefore this meerkat is cool. If a universal statement is true, particular version with the same subject and predicate is also true. I'd say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, this horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Just to make it, while it is valid to move from universal to particular, the reverse, the move from particular to universal, where the case or group of cases infer a more general rule, is an informal fallacy of unjustified induction. Many politicians break their campaign promises. Therefore, all politicians are liars. I'll say that again. It's a fallacy, I think, but it's good to say, just to go over these things. Many politicians break their campaign promises. Therefore, all politicians are liars. All politicians may indeed be liars, but we can't prove it like this. I like that. It's a good one.
Yes, this is messing up with quantificators, all and many, or some.
Yeah.
So yes, that's, you cannot say when you are predicating specifically about some people, you cannot generalize into all, because you have to prove one by one that all they are liars. That is quite impossible. So this cannot hold, this argumentation, of course.
So these calls them statements, but I mean, I'm guessing it's easier to call them sentences, where you're talking about a subject and you're saying how it relates to either a group or another thing that's similar, or a conditional statement about it. But you're always talking about something and you're linking it some sort of way to something else, and you're there's a process going on between these statements, and sort of building arguments as well. That's the aim of these statements, is to be able to build an argument up using sort of things that the idea is to keep going. So anyway, so next one, propositions: value, quality, modality, and quantity. In his logical writings, called collectively the organon, which we will be going over as well, it says the instrument or tool. That's what the organon means. It's the tool that you use to understand all of this sort of stuff. So that comes before this. But we sort of, I guess there's backwards and forwards all along with this. You need to know the understanding of logic to be able to go back and form the understanding of the words and stuff to be able to get better. It's a backwards and forwards process that's probably never ending. Aristotle set out the basic theory and practice of a far-reaching analysis of statements and their valid interactions, and the relationship to these realities they signify. These realities, the relationship to these realities they signify. The words that we're using have to relate to things in reality. Keep saying it all the time. Every classical Aristotelian proposition has 4 technical characteristics. 1, value, true or false. 2, quality, affirmative or negative. All stoats are mammals is an affirmative proposition, while no stoats are reptiles is a negative one. modality, categorical or modal. A statement of absolute facts such as ants are insects is a characterial proposition, while an obligation such as politicians should serve the public good, or a contingency such as politicians may be corrupt, are modal propositions. I don't know why you would deal with that sort of stuff, but modality. To do that, yeah. Quantity, universal or particular. A proposition such as all mammals are red or no mammal is blue is said to be a universal, whereas a partial proposition such as some skunks smell nice, or a particular proposition such as Rene is a skunk is particular. So, for every example, every statement is either true or false. Is a true, affirmative, categorical, and universal. Okay, so start again. So, for example, every statement is either true or false. That's the statement. Every statement is either true or false. Is true, affirmative, categorical, and universal. While except some paradoxes, which may be neither, is true, negative, modal, and particular. I like that. Every statement is either true or false. Is true. And except some paradoxes, which may be neither, is also true.
So he was aware that Aristotle, that there are some kind of statements like paradoxes that could be false and true at the same time because they are paradoxes.
Yeah.
So self-contradictory. So it is just refutation to Bebe's logic.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way of looking at this. To show how easy it is to end up into a, say, not an argument, but a quarrel about this logic. Whereas the understanding of the statement, every statement is either true or false.
Yes, but look at the quantificator. Every, it means all.
Yeah.
So it doesn't refer to this partial or particular statement. He's talking about all. This kind of categorical statement, like all or none, is true or false. He's not talking about this partial statement. And what Bebe did, he brought this dodo paradox, when inside this paradox, and first we have that all, as I remember, that dodo don't exist. It means all dodo don't exist. And then he was not he, but he brought that that some of them are birds and some of them are not birds. So it doesn't follow from that category. That's why it is paradox, and that's why it is false. This statement that based on because he was trying to prove that the false statement is true because this sentence you read, that all statements are false or true. So just to remind about sophistry. But if you look again at Dodo paradox, you will see that it is not consistent with Aristotle's logic at all. It defies Aristotle's logic, this paradox. It's not going along with Aristotle's definition of false and true statement. That's why it's not very good for Bedi to bring this up, because Aristotle already refuted that kind of paradoxes.
Yeah, it's a paradox. It can only exist in word form, right? The moment you try and link it to give it any reality, some concreteness to it, it will always fail. The paradox. I like that particular example, though, to show how easy it is to be fooled by logic. It is really good. If you make this statement, every statement is either true or false, and say it is true, then how can you add, except some paradoxes, which may be neither, and also say that that statement is true? You can't. You can say it as its own statement, but you can't link it with the earlier statement. Logically, you can have them two separate statements and have it being true as a statement on its own, but you cannot have it following the other statement, because it would be disproven by the first statement. But you could find yourself in a discussion about it with some sophist wanting to kill time very easily. And I think you'd have to be aware of those sort of statements that mean nothing, that get tagged on at the end of something, because they've heard that it's a true statement. Is this book sort of like lets you know about the little tricks that are played, and that's why the logician should be able to sort this out when something doesn't quite sound right. Be aware, it may just not be right. I don't know how far I actually wanted to go into this. Oh, there is a few more pages. How are we doing for time? It's still all right, aren't we? Intention and imposition, sense and sensibility. Propositions in traditional logic are made up of terms, each of which has two possible intentions and three possible impositions. Intention refers to the use of a term with regards to logical function. First intention refers to the real world. Slugs are slimy. Second intention refers to reflexive use of terms as regards their logical status or function. Slugs is a term referring to a class of beings. A lion is feline. Feline is a genus. Therefore, a lion is a genus. No, it says. This is the fallacy of shift of intention. A lion is a member of a genus.
Yes, therefore, member of something
Yeah.
cannot be because
The
it
genus of
violates.
itself.
Yes, it violates principle of reasoning that part is not a whole.
Yeah.
So it belongs to genus, but it doesn't mean that it is genus. So simple.
Imposition refers to the use of a term with regard to language itself. No imposition refers to phonetics or spelling. Ignoring the meaning of the term, slugs has 5 letters. First imposition refers to the real world, slugs are slimy. Second imposition refers reflexivity to the word as a word. Slugs is the subject of the statement, slugs are slimy. The fallacy of shift of imposition occurs when we wrongly use the same term in 2 or more impositions. Now, didn't we go over this with Raven? But it was, he called it something different, I think. Maybe in the organon it might be explained differently. It sounds familiar, but not. What? I don't get this. This is a word thing, I think. So Jupiter is a planet. Brackets first imposition. Planet is a word of 2 syllables. No imposition. Therefore, Jupiter is a word of 2 syllables. Bracket false, whichever imposition is understood. Doing it through the word usage. I don't know. I mean, I guess that goes back to a time where words meant more than they do now. That sounds really crazy, that.
I think it is like false equivocation, word for meaning. That maybe he's talking about that if we change something in word, in letters, it would change meaning of the word. I don't know. I am not sure, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm guessing we'll leave that and not put too much mind to it, because I'm pretty sure it'll be explained within the organon a bit better. That it says first intention and first imposition are the province of everyday use of language. Logic is the art of analyzing second intentions. Grammar is the art of analyzing second impositions. Right. That's the sort of really boring stuff as far as I'm concerned. Get that out of the way. Defining terms, distribution, substance, and accident. We did go over this with Raven. Clearly defined terms are an essential part of the art of reasoning, while unclear or undefined terms are fatal to clear argumentation. Traditional logic crucially distinguishes between 2 types of term. I'll read that again because this is basically what we've been saying for ages, and people have been pulling me up on semantics. But this explains it succinctly. Clearly defined terms are an essential part of the art of reasoning, while unclear or undefined terms are fatal to clear argumentation. Traditional logic crucially distinguishes 2 types of term. 1. Distributed terms cover their entire class. All hens, humankind, all horizons, all horizontals. Undistributed terms cover part of a class. some ducks, a fox. Pay close attention to the distribution of terms, as sneaky changes in distribution can invalidate an argument. There you go, I say that again. Pay close attention to the distribution of terms, as sneaky changes in distribution can invalidate an argument. So when people take your argument and say, so you're saying this, and they change a couple of things, they do it for a reason, in order to invalidate. Watch out them. They are sneaky little. A second... Go on.
And these definitions, like contradictory definition. So,
Yeah.
Like this is
Oh,
Mr. Professor Science. Who
Don't forget too, though, that so what you're saying when they change things,
Yeah.
sometimes it's to fit it in within their framework.
yes,
If they have false information in place, then they are going to try to fit it into that framework.
Yeah.
for example, with this all statements. So, for example, media are taking examples of, for example, for months they are talking about, let's say, murderers. So, and then people can be suggested that all that kind of people are murderers. But we know from information in media that some people are of that kind, let's say, with difficult childhood, are murderers. We know that some of them will become murderers, but showing that fact multiple times or over and over again, people may think that all people of that kind are murderers. And that's why it is opinion is created. It's shifting from some to all without, of course, any reason, just to think that thought in minds of people. And they are changing opinion of something from some to all, or vice versa. That, for example, that people in past years might think that all things of some sort are good, and now they are thinking that they are not. For example, tomatoes were considered good, but from some time, like 20 years ago, they start to inform people that they are creating cancer, for example. So people now may think that not all tomatoes are good because some of them are creating cancer. And that's why this is very, very important to have a good ear to these quantificators. All, some, one, any. This is very, very, very important. People many times are missing these quantificators. And this is very important part of statement.
Yeah, what we got? Pay close attention to the distribution of terms. Oh, yeah. A second crucial distinction is between substance and accident. Substance is that which exists in itself. Frog, mountain. If any aspect of a substance is taken away, it ceases to be what it is. I don't know whether mountain or I don't know. That sounds really strange. That if any aspect of substance is taken away, so
Yes,
you are taking away the substance of the mountain, not just a part of the mountain, right? The whole, the mountain would become the whole substance.
No, he's talking about the substance, but the substance can be compound or complex. So, for example, for a geometrical figure, the substance would be that it has sides and angles to be a geometrical figure. You cannot take away or side or angle, because if you take away anything like a side or angle, it would be not a geometrical figure. So anything from being mountain, like elevation, for example, the constitutive part of being mountain is that it has to be elevated. So if you take away that, that would be, it cannot be a mountain, because the constitutive part of this substance is to be elevated. It has to be elevated. You cannot take away that from this, because it would be a nivellation of the mountain. It cannot be a mountain without elevation. But
yeah, so the substance is that which makes the thing what it is.
Yes, but it not always is one thing.
Sometimes
it is many. That's why substance can be compound.
Yeah, so take away any part of that substance, and then it would not be defined as that, so therefore it's not the same thing. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. And then the accident is that which exists in something other than itself. Sat and read. Accidents are qualities or states of being in a particular way. And we did go over this with Raven.
So, for example, with mountain, the height would be accident. Mountain can be less high or more high, but still it has some height. So we can say that this is mountain. But less or more, it is accident.
What about symmetrical? I've heard that about a mountain recently. That would be an accident.
Yes, of course. Of course, because if it is asymmetric, it's still a mountain.
Yeah. I like that. That's the Schehalian, It's a symmetrical mountain because it supposedly pulled plumb bobs symmetrically.
Yeah, I remember this discussion about flat mountains. Yes.
So in defining a bird, we may mention wings and feathers as defining characteristics, substances, but must omit green and blue as an accident, which only some birds have. Take another example. The tall Greek woman stood poised on the balcony in a long black ball gown. Here, the substance is woman and remains so regardless of what accidents are predicated of it, and however much the sentence is rephased or simplified. Confusing substance and accident can lead to absurdities, as Lewis Carroll demonstrates in Alice in Wonderland. Well, says Alice, I've often seen a cat without a grin, thought Alice, but a grin without a cat is the most curious thing I've ever saw in my life.
Yes, because accidents cannot exist without substance. So man has hands, but there are no hands without man.
Thing? Adam's family?
Pardon?
Thing in the Adams family. It was a hand. Wasn't it? I don't remember that.
No, I'm not aware. But generally, woman cannot bear a hand of man.
Yeah.
So it means that you can cut off, of course, the hand from man, but still the property of man is that he has hands, but there are no a hand. There is no hand as a substance. Just, of course, beside fantasy word. So hand is accidental. It's not part of substance. It doesn't mean that anything that has hands, it means that it is a man. Because, for example, apes, monkeys also have hands, and they are not humans.
Here we go. Here the term grin is actually an accident disguised as a substance. An accident cannot remain when the substance has vanished. Importantly, when we assert that it does, we commit the formal fallacy of confusing substance and accident. Something tells me that we may need to go over that a bit more within things. Note that this is not to be confused with the fallacy of accident. See subcategory again, further pages on. Probably in the fallacy a bit. Substance plus the 9 different types of accident make up Aristotle's 10 categories of being. So first one, step 1 is the substance, and that can be anything. That's the thing that you're talking about. It has to be a thing, and that's how it's defined. That thing: horse, tree, cat, chair. It's a thing that you're talking about, and then the predicates are the things that come after it, and they're split into 9. I'll go through them. Quantity: fast, tall. Quality: white, lovely. Relation: cousin, greater, smaller. Action: cuts, runs. Passion: is cut, is run. Time: yesterday, soon. Location: in the car, here. Posture: lies, sits. Habit: shod, armed. These work as questions. What is it? How much? What sort? Related to what? Doing what? Undergoing what? When? Where? Some of the categories may seem dated today, but they still demonstrate an important principle. You can have a cat without a grin, but you can't have a grin without a cat. That's pretty good stuff. That
The same as with hand. So
yeah,
you cannot have hand without man. Normal living hand.
yeah. Except
Like you cannot have
go on.
a good evening.
Good evening.
What's the argument about?
No argument. We're just going over logic.
What?
That's
You said you
predicates.
can.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
You can have a cat without a grin, but you can't have a grin without a cat. When you're talking about the cat and the Cheshire Cat, Alice in Wonderland.
It means that you can have substance without accidental, but you cannot have accidental without substance, generally.
Yeah.
Right, so now we're into syllogisms. Took a while to get to this, didn't it? I mean, like, it has to build up through with the organon. To get here. These are the syllogisms. Aristotle believed that all categorical logical deductions, i.e. those dealing with general or universal terms like women, fishing or freedom, were reducible to 3-sentence structures called syllogisms, from Greek syllogismos, deduction or reasoning about multiple terms. These consist of major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go on.
Do you agree with the induction logic? Inductive logic.
Do you mean, do we agree? We have been over it.
No, like because there are 3 types of reasoning, right? We've got deduction, induction, and abduction, right?
4.
There are 3 separate types of logical reasoning.
4.
No, there are 3.
4.
What do you mean 4? Why?
What
is the 4?
There are 4 main ways. We've just been over it. 4 main ways to form logical conclusion: deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, abductive reasoning, and analogical reasoning.
Analogical reasoning. What is that? I've never heard of that. Analogical reasoning.
It transfers information from a particular source to a particular target, plays a central role in problem solving and cognitive perception by using comparison, similarities, and correspondences. It's always preceded by inductive reasoning.
You mean analogies? When we're trying to give analogies to illustrate a particular thing.
Analogical reasoning helps us observe patterns in the world and make on-the-spot decisions every day.
Yeah, but again, analogical reasonings are flawed, right? Aren't they? You cannot use analogies to substantiate
For what
an argument.
purpose, though?
If you are,
for instance, right?
You can, if you can use false analogy, and then of course your inferring would be false. But if you are making true analogy, it means that similarity is well established between 2 components or factors. This analogy will work. It means that this person will understand via analogy what you are saying. You will be saying,
I get that. I get that, but they don't actually work, sometimes. For instance, like we know the globes, right? When you talk about Earth spin, right? Earth rotation, they say to you, right? Earth, it's spinning, right? But you don't feel it. And the analogy they usually give is being on a train or on a plane, on a car, right? You don't feel car's movement, therefore Earth is spinning, right? That's analogy. That's a false analogy.
Yes, it is false because rotating means not inertial frame of reference. And in train, when you, if you are accelerating in train, yes, you will feel acceleration. But they are
No, it's
talking
not about
about,
feeling.
wait,
No, it's not about feeling.
They
No,
are talking,
see, being on a car, on a plane, you already know that object is a moving object. Do you know what I
yes,
mean?
yes,
So you cannot use that as a comparative. Sorry?
yes, you are right. But still, in that example, because they are trying to convince you that we shouldn't feel rotation. And false analogy is not that they are talking about plane or train, but they are talking about two frames, different frames of references. And in analogy, it should be the same. And in on the globe, we would have non-inertial frame of reference because rotation means constant acceleration. And in the train, the only time when you cannot feel acceleration when you are not accelerating. In fact, you have stable speed, and then you cannot feel. Yes, but it is false analogy because on rotating Earth we should feel as on a merry-go-round or carousel. We can feel. So why they are not comparing Earth to carousel? Because, of course, on carousel we can feel rotation.
Yeah.
So this false analogy is on purpose.
Yeah, I
That's
get what you're
why.
saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying, paper. But that's for me. Analogies are to be avoided, and are not considered the proper types of reasoning. And I agree. For instance, like Bev said, there are 4 types of reasoning. For me, there's only one type of reasoning, which I agree with, which is deduction. And that's the very solid type of reasoning that you cannot debunk, you cannot refute, right? You cannot falsify.
This isn't. We're not talking about scientific. We're just talking about at the minute logical reasoning, the processes that go on. It's not fair to say there's only one sort of that, because that's not how your brain processes this information. You always sort of make something relative to something else. So you are always linking one thing to another as part of the process of your natural thought. Because I think that's what they're doing here. When you go back to what Aristotle and everybody does with this thought, because it's a thought process. It's the way these processes work, and in a way to try and refine them and have a reason or a purpose for each of them. When we went over a little bit earlier, the inductive is the scientific method, but at the heart of the hypothesis or the theory within that, there should be a deductive statement that you're always aiming to a truth.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Well, there is. I'm pretty sure at the heart of actual science, there is deductive statements. It's not all inductive. You can't really do
But the-
science with just inductive statements because
I
you'd be
agree.
confusing the
Because-
shit out of yourself.
I would
But
say
more
that.
than yeah,
Sorry,
saying-
one sentence. I would say that to check your deduction, validity of your deduction, you are using induction. That it will be experiment, but this experiment you are only doing for that to validate your deduction. So
No, but
your
what's the
final goal
difference?
is deduction.
What's the difference?
But you're trying to falsify your deductive statement within the science to find knowledge, to gain knowledge. You have to have something to be aiming at. You can't just freestyle it. You have to be
No, I
able to
get
make
that,
your
but
statement
what's the purpose?
first.
What's the purpose and what's the difference? Because see, a deductive type of argument, like it gives you certainty, right? Absolute certainty.
But in order
Whereas-
to test it,
Yes,
because
but
it's
in a
not good enough to
hypothesis-
leave it as a logical statement. You need to be able to make it true, right? You have to be able to validate it in reality. And that's where the like paper says, the inductive, right? You could do a test and get it to conform exactly with your deductive reasoning, your logical statement. You could say that's a proof, right? For me, that's a proof. I've done it. But somebody else could say, well, could it be any different? Might be. You could perform it 1,000,000 times and it could be different at some point in the future. Because that's how sophists work. And that's how logic works as well, really. You could prove it true every time. But to some people, it might not still be true in 10 years' time or whatever.
So, like, you know, the common syllogistic example, like when
We just
it
got
goes
to
as follows,
syllogisms.
all men are mortal, right? Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal.
Yes, this is Aristotle's example and present in Wikipedia. Very good example. Yes, this is how syllogism works. And
That's a deductive that's the deductive argument. It's a true statement because all men are mortal.
yes, but this nexus, as it is said, this is middle term. So without middle term, we cannot link first premise, and this first premise is that all men are mortals. This is our first premise, and this is categorical statement. All means it establishes a law for men. They
exactly.
always and they have to be mortals. So there is no other way, no black swans. So the conclusion is that Socrates is mortal. So to validate that conclusion from this premise, you have to find middle term, something in link. So
like Socrates is a man.
Yes, so you the link is subject because in first
Socrates is a man. Is that the middle term? When
yes,
middle term, is it the second premise? Premise B.
Yes, this second premise is middle term. So
Is the middle.
because you can throw out this after establishing that this syllogism is true, you can just omit this second premise, and you can say in conditional statement, if all men are mortals, therefore Socrates is mortal. You can throw out this middle term because the link is established and you don't need it anymore. But for learning purposes, if you don't know how to check if Socrates is mortal, you have to find middle term between this statement, all men are mortals, and between conclusion, because Socrates is mortal is your conclusion. So to validate your conditional statement, you have to find middle term, and this middle term is Socrates is a man. So man is subject. Men are subjects in first premise, and this is predication in second, in this middle term. Socrates is subject. Man is a man. It belongs to this this kind of entities or species. So we have link subject in first premise, becomes predication in second, and in third we have Socrates is mortal. We don't need, so in a third sentence, which is conclusion, we don't have this subject, we don't have man, we have Socrates is mortal. We don't need knowing that it is a man, because we already established it in process of creating syllogism.
Okay with that.
All right, I am ready to go to bed because my speech is telling me that I am just ready to go to bed. So thank you very much.
All right, Pepper.
See you tomorrow.
See you, bro. Good
Yeah,
night.
yeah, see you later, Paper. Cheers for coming. I'm looking at this syllogisms now, and it looks like it's gonna probably need a whiteboard to be able to explain all of this.
Yeah.
And I think we might be yeah, we can start back at those next time.
Yeah. That's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We got through a bit of that, building up the idea of logic, building up arguments. Yeah, this is sort of going back to the beginning of the trivium, but sort of within the logic. We'll get round to the fallacies, but being able to see how many different ways that people can trick and deceive you within this, within the structure of the words, and the way that these particular sentences, right, when they go together to make arguments, can be put together in so many different ways, and how people can use even the connection between the sentences together to make the logical link within your mind, how that can be swayed along with the different uses of words and things.
Yeah.
It's going to give us a hell of a good time for discussion and argumentation.
True. Yeah, it's a very good thing.
Right, so logic night. Yeah. Tomorrow is trivium. that's probably going to be more of the same, but we might we might do something a little bit different. I think we had something in mind to go over. I don't want to give too much away this week. We've got Friday coming up. And hopefully I'll get more of me books. Me actual Trivium book hasn't arrived yet. Right. Put that book away. More of that sort of stuff. Is that your feedback there, Skeptic? Thank you. Yeah, so more of this sort of stuff. Looks like many people haven't really enjoyed it that much. It will be shown more apparent when we get to talk to people. Hopefully, if we get to talk to people. Hopefully we get to talk to people outside of this arena to get some of these simple basic arguments out there. And also, I don't know, let me just check Twitter just to make sure whether the what they'll be doing, whether they've been listening. Nothing. They must have been watching. Thanks for watching, guys. Laying off on the Twitter for a bit. Maybe you like the bit at the beginning. There'll be more of that sort of stuff, no doubt. When the guys get together, talking about what we're doing here. Okay. Get ready for Buster. Anybody want any particular Buster? Do that. Who will? Buster and Shane taking us out. Thanks for listening. I can't remember what we had planned for tomorrow. Completely skipped my mind. Maybe going over some sort of I don't know. Doesn't matter. It'll be something to do with the Trivium. The Trivium, pretty basic stuff. Join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock. See you then.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. Ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't never communicate with logic. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos. Transcendental numbers and conceptual maps will take you on a journey down a Penrose path, and you'll never see it clear. The path that you're on begins in tears. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic or will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos or will. Cast away the shadows and step into light. Taking down giants and opening sight. And now I see it clear. The path that you're on ends in fear. don't speak out, if I never communicate logical will, if I don't sing out, if I don't speak out, if I never receive logos will. That was good.